The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Welcome everybody to day one of Chess 9LX action held at the St. Louis Chess Club. It's going to be a fantastic tournament and we're all ready to watch the best chess players on the planet battle in this new and exciting format. Let's go to the studio and start the action with Yasser and Anastasiya.
Welcome to capital of chess in United States. Welcome back to St. Louis for Fischer Random Chess 9LX. Hello everyone, I'm Anastasiya Karlovych and I'm here today with legendary Yasser Seirawan. It's such a pleasure to be here, Yasser.
Absolutely, but those were, you stole my lines. Those were the words I wanted to say about you, Anastasiya. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Welcome, welcome to St. Louis. Great to have you on our show. This is the first time we're working together, right?
Exactly, yes, but that was very near last time.
I'm looking forward to a great show. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Fischer Random. We saw in the recently held Sinkfield Cup that the players had heavy theoretical battles. Sometimes they just went from the opening directly to the endgame. Not so with Fischer Random. Fischer Random, they shuffle the pieces. Well, Anastasiya, tell our audience a little bit more about Fischer Random.
Fischer Random Chess 960, invented by Bobby Fischer in June 1996, originally named Fischer Random, also known as Chess 960. Named because of 960 possible starting positions.
Because there are some restrictions when you shuffle the pieces on the back ranks.
Exactly, we have those restrictions. Bishop must be placed on opposite color squares, and it's important.
Yes, I can imagine so.
King must be placed between the two rooks.
So that we can castle queenside or kingside like in traditional chess.
Exactly, and in this tournament, players receive starting positions only 15 minutes before the start of the games.
Okay, and who are our players?
Yes, and we have, of course, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and look, Garry Kasparov.
Yes, welcome Gary, back into the mix.
Exactly, Levon Aronian, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Alireza Firouzja, the winner of the Grand Chess Tour.
Winner of everything, it seems.
Exactly. All events we had here before, and Dominguez, Peter Svidler, who ran from here, from the studio to the playing venue, and last but not the least, Hikaru Nakamura.
Welcome, gentlemen, and our format for this event.
And we have a 10-player rapid round robin,
Right.
3 days actually event, and time control is 20 minutes plus 5 seconds per move.
Okay.
In Chess 960, the back rank pieces are randomized, this we know already.
Right.
A new starting position is drawn before each round.
Okay.
All boards have the same starting positions, which is good
Yes.
for black and white. And there will be a playoff if there is a tie for the first place.
Outstanding. And our schedule, Anastasiya.
It's gonna be 3 days event, and we will have 3 rounds per day. First round starting at 2 p.m. just very soon, and round 2 begins at 3:15. It follows 4:30. We'll have third round, and we will have Thursday 3 rounds, same as on Friday. We'll have 7 to 9 round.
Outstanding, outstanding. And we're very fortunate to have in studio Cristian. Good to see you, Cristian. Welcome back. How are you doing?
Good to see you guys, good to see you Anastasiya, good to see you Yasser. It's been a great couple of weeks here in St. Louis and the tournaments were just simply amazing. But I have to say, I did miss you guys. I was sitting at home watching the way the Sinkfield Cup was developing, just an incredible event. But one star that definitely shined bright during that event, and also the previous one, the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, was the star of Alireza Firouzja. Just an amazing amazing young man coming to the United States for the first time, and what an impact he had to the standings of the Grand Chess Tour. After winning the 2022 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, just an incredible performance. He was just simply in the zone in that tournament. I was doing commentary, and every time he was coming here, he was just calm and ready to produce results. And after that, he followed it up with an incredible victory, dominant victory at the 2022 Sinquefield Cup. He was the champion in that one after defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the playoffs. Also, after those two results, he became the 2022 Grand Chess Tour winner. Also, you guys awarded him the Brilliancy Prize for the 2022 Sinquefield Cup. That was just the best game against Levon Aronian. His total winnings stand at 277,000. This is just an incredible 2 weeks of business for the young Alireza Firouzja, only 19 years of age. And what a trip to the United States and here in St. Louis he had. Also, he's going to be playing here in the Chess 9LX. We're going to have such an amazing time, guys.
Simply amazing. Oh, it's so good to be young. You know, I miss those days.
Yes, and have so much money in the pocket.
Right. And Anastasiya, set the table. Tell our viewers what they can expect from the first round pairings.
Yeah, we have really great pairings, and Linear Dominguez plays versus Wesley So. Then we have Peter Svidler versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. Levon Aronian plays against Garry Kasparov. What a match!
Nice.
And Hikaru Nakamura plays against Shahriar Mamedyarov, Fabiano Caruana versus Alireza
Now
Firouzja.
that final game is also interesting. We'll try to pick a marquee matchup. And what will they be fighting for over these next 3 days, Anastasiya?
We have really great prize fund. I mean, 150K, not bad at all.
Absolutely.
For the first prize, it's going to be $37,500.
Nice.
And even for the last 10th place, $7,500 sounds really great.
It sure does. And as you were saying at the start of the show, we're going to be doing a reveal of the opening starting position. We'll switch to the playing hall. And as I understand it, the players, these random 960 positions, and the arbiters pick one from the 960 and they give them to the players before the game. And then they only have like 10 minutes to look at the position. So we're ready for the reveal if our producers are. We still going to talk a little bit.
Also, you know that I asked the chief arbiter how they're doing it. You know, they have a special program, yes, to draw the positions, and of course it's very difficult actually to know all of them. Yes, 960.
Yeah,
right?
Impossible. Yeah.
But yes, sir, I know that you were 2 times Fischer Random champion, right?
Right.
So you have experience.
I love the challenge of the chess variants, and fortunately, it's a love that a lot of the players share. We play a lot of Bug House in the evenings here in St. Louis. The players like these variants, and in 960 in particular, when you shuffle the pieces on the back rank, it very often happens, as you see the players getting ready for the first round, it very often happens you have a problem piece at the opening. For example, a bishop on g1. You have a white, you have a bishop on g1. How are you going to develop the bishop? You're going to play f4, or you're going to play h3 to get the bishop out. So when you're playing Fischer Random, one of the first things you have to do is strategize and say, where's my development? How are my pieces coming out? And sometimes you have this problem piece. A knight on a1, for example, it's only going to go to b3 or c2. So you're not going to play b2, b3 on move 1 and take away the square for the knight. So these are the things that are challenging to the players as they get the reveal. And Cristian, they're only going to have 10 minutes to prep.
And that is
how are they going to do it?
And that is actually part of the appeal and the strategizing behind these games, because all of these players are going to start creating teams of players. Whoever they feel comfortable analyzing, you cannot analyze a position in 10 minutes by yourself. You have to find some partners. And let's not forget, they are not allowed to bring any sort of digital equipment into the playing hall. So they cannot have a computer around to put the position on the computer and start analyzing with the engines. They cannot do that. They have to do it by themselves. And that's going to be part of the appeal of this tournament. We're going to have to wait and see who is going to cooperate with who. If I remember correctly, I think it was Garry Kasparov and Peter Svidler that made a great team in the last couple of years in the Chess 9LX. We see right now Fabiano maybe trying to say hi to the Russians potentially, Lanier in the back by himself. We'll see who he's going to cooperate with. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Absolutely. As we see the players entering the playing hall, getting wanted, make sure they have no electronic devices.
There's Gary.
There's the legend himself.
He's going to leave his phones
With
and
Michael Khodorkovsky.
with Michael Khodorkovsky.
Taking out, his tablet, his glasses, his iPhone,
Even his hat. Even his hat.
His pager, every electronic device you can imagine, he's taking it off. And look, good people, I mean, as we're getting ready for this round one, we're going to have to make our predictions early. I don't want you guys cheating on me, trying to get ahead of the game. Anastasia, you're the lady. You get to go first. Who do you pick as the winner of the Fischer Random?
Yes, that's a very good question. I will pick Fabiano Caruana this time.
Okay, in the production room we have Firouzja Nakamura. He is predicting Hikaru. Yourself, Cristian.
Myself, you don't want to go first.
I don't want to hear any cheating, any crying. I picked Ali Reza before. I want to make sure you guys all
perfect. Look, you picked Fabiano, Anastasia. Probably
Yes.
I was going to go with Fabiano just from the simple fact that he has some experience based on his tournament in Norway that you are part of as well, Yasser, in 2019. We had a lot of fun in that one. I was thoroughly impressed with Wesley So. Now, I will go against the trend. I will not pick Ali Reza to win yet another tournament in St. Louis. I'm going to go with Wesley So, the reigning undisputed World Chess 960 champion.
You took my pick as well. I'm going to go with Wesley. I think he's just a remarkable player. And there's something about this format, this Fischer Random, that goes hand in glove with his style. And he's simply terrific.
He had an incredible event in Norway.
Yes, he did.
Obliterated Magnus Carlsen
In the final.
in their match.
And this
There's
is
the
the
position.
reveal, Anastasia. Knights in the corner. Whoa.
Wow, I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Exactly. So let's shuffle them up.
I already started to think how to do the castling in this position because the king is already on c1.
Exactly. So this is kind of what I meant about the problem piece. So the knights are clear. Knight f3, knight g3, nothing happening there. The queen is clear, e2, e4, the queen's coming out. But the bishop on b1 and e1, the moment you play e4, the bishop on b1 is crying, right?
Yes.
The moment you play d3, to open
Still
up.
b1 is crying, but you open
B1 is
e1
crying.
bishop.
The queen on f1 is coming as well.
Now, remember, castling kingside is allowed.
Still.
Yes, the king can end up on g1,
And rook on f1.
f1.
So
And
now they're
This is their
analyzing E4.
analysis. This looks like, whoa. Yeah.
And what
who
are the
we
teams?
got?
Yeah, so they
That's
have not so
Gary.
much.
Gary.
And
With
my
Peter.
guess is Peter.
I think so too.
Yes.
Yes.
They're
E2,
using the same
E4.
teams that I guess they were successful in the last couple of years. And
Yeah.
Exactly, and
Continuing to use
Gary is playing with black pieces, let me remind you, and Peter plays with white. So it's really, we can understand why they choose those sides.
so E4 is an interesting one. Definitely opens up the queen, but it doesn't improve the position as much. I would go with F4 actually. in
By
this
the way,
position.
what is Gary doing? Because Gary's
thinking.
got the different position. He's got the standard setup.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, I saw a rook.
No, there's a rook
they
on
changed,
the
they
8.
changed.
No,
So that
there's
isn't
definitely
knight.
not
Sorry, that looks,
setup.
doesn't the
That looked like rook. Yes,
on
I agree with you
H8,
a little bit.
but it's actually the knight. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
You,
okay.
you just remembered probably this story when they were analyzing the wrong position.
And he
Yes, that
by
was
himself.
beautiful. Who is Hikaru teaming up
Nobody.
with?
He's by himself.
He's just bouncing ideas off of himself.
So we see Gary and Peter in the back. We
Last
see Hikaru.
year-
E4. He started off with E4 in some sort of a Caro-Kann setup.
Last year Hikaru was with Sam Shankland, and this year he's not playing,
No
so
Sam.
that's why he's probably on his own.
So
Exactly.
will we see Fabiano with Lanier or with West?
So Hikaru just made the move E4 D5
Yes.
and recaptured twice on D5, but he brought his rook out. The moment you move the rook, of course, you've lost the privilege of castling.
Yes.
But
Actually,
this is
Hikaru
so
got many
interesting. He's
pieces.
shuffling his
Yeah.
positions so fast.
The whole T-short piece.
Yes, yes, yes. Many pieces.
So many pieces.
Looks like they're floating and randomizing. Okay, let me just try to bring up the position on my board.
Okay, so
Let's see if I
Wesley
can
is
do that.
analyzing with Shaq.
Okay, right now I don't have the shuffled position on my board. Do you have the shuffled?
I do not.
You
I do
don't
not
either.
have the shuffle
Because
position.
I kind of wanted to show what the players are.
Checking this.
It looks like, is that Shaq and Wesley, by the way?
Yes, Shaq is analyzing with Wesley, and by the way, last year Shaq was on his own most of the times. So now he decided to do it with Wesley.
Just to get
Good idea.
Just to get some feedback as well.
Well, he is the world champion. And by the way, guys, this is
what I
something that not a
remember-
lot of people know because not a lot of people followed that tournament. But I believe it was during the Reykjavik Open when, during the rest day or after the tournament, there was the European Chess 960 Championship. I'm not sure if it was official or unofficial, but it was called the European Chess 960 Championship.
Okay.
And guess who won that?
I know that. I know the answer.
Ali Reza.
Ali Reza won.
Yes.
Yes. Can I tell you the funny story?
Please do.
It happened yesterday. I was actually coming back with Ali Reza Firouzja, and I told him, like, how do you feel before the Fischer Random? And he said, oh my God, this format. I said, but you won the tournament with this format. He said, what do you mean? Which tournament? I said, in 2019, you won in Reykjavik. And he said, oh yes, I completely forgot about it. And I told him, like, of course, with so many victories, you start to forget some of them, right?
Right.
It was so funny. Like, how
Nice.
can you forget such things?
Exactly.
I think it was a very low-key event. Probably the prize fund wasn't very significant. It wasn't like the World Championship in Norway, where Magnus Carlsen participated, Wesley So, Fabiano Caruana, and I think Jan Nepomniachtchi as well. was
Exactly.
there. And Jan,
Absolutely.
take a look at this young man sporting his Chicago Bulls t-shirt. So confident. He doesn't need to prepare.
So what he is doing is he's just in his mind. He has the position that you have behind you, Christian, and he's playing variants by himself. Like he's imagining what his opening strategy is going to be. And I do now have, by the way, on my board as well, the analysis board, the current position. And this is what I was meaning. Normally speaking, the players prefer to castle kingside. Well, that means you've got to move 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces out of the way in order to get there. The crazy part, and this is very important, you don't have to play knight to g3 to castle. That's very important. So what that means is you're likely to start e4, knight f3, queen to e2, d3 or d4, move the bishop out of the way, and castle. Your knight does not have to be off of the square
That's
h1.
really cool, huh?
Yeah, it's really cool. Now, what I see as the problem pieces are the bishops. So if you play c2, c3, you're very happy. This bishop,
Immediately wants to take a pawn. Yes.
why not? But the moment you play c2, c3, this bishop starts to cry. What's my role? You may find yourself obligated to play f4 and bishop h4 in those cases. So when you have the Fischer random position, your first job is to identify the problem, figure out how to solve it, and away you go. If you start, just for argument's sake, with a3 and bishop a2, that's a pretty good start. that solves that one. But you might find that your opponent is occupying the center. So usually you want to start by occupying the center with either e4 or d4, and then start opening up the development in your mind, trying to visualize where you want the pieces to go.
After analyzing Chess 960 for a little bit in 2019, I have to say you are very much correct about that assessment. You have to take the center as fast as possible. And we were looking, we came to the tournament with the idea that we're not going to be looking at chess engines or anything of that nature. But as soon as we got into the tournament and as soon as we had a little bit of time left to prepare, we did open up, fire up the engine and try to prepare for the games. And a lot of variations were completely insane. I remember one starting position where the queen was on g1, pointing to the a7 square. And the rook was on b8, the knight was on a8, and after f4, attacking the pawn on a7, the best response was for black to go f5, counterattack on a2, sacrifice a rook and a pawn after queen takes a7 and queen takes b8, and take it from there, try to trap the queen. There are so many crazy variations in Chess 960 and it's so unexplored. We're going to have a lot of fun, guys.
Marvelous. And here, yeah,
How far
Anastasiya,
they
you were
go.
looking, you and I both were like, what are they doing?
So many moves already been played. It's deep analysis.
Exactly so. Exactly.
So c4 and e4 seem to be the best, well, at least according to the engine, the best moves in this position.
And
in
it seems like
starting
the
position.
players are,
And this is exactly what they're looking at.
yeah, they're independently finding that also that idea of just controlling the center from the onset. We see that in regular chess and in so many of the variants as well.
And it just goes to show how good these players are instinctively.
Yeah.
They know exactly where to look, and they've seen this position for the first time. I can guarantee you that.
So we can see now that Fabi is analyzing together with Leon, right?
Yes.
And also Linear
Linear,
Dominguez.
yes.
Linear and Leon. Both of them are here, so it's American team. St. Louis team, I would
Right.
even put it this way.
That's funny. E4, F5, and suddenly this move C3, and the bishop is open on B1, attacks the queen, and it attacked the pawn on H7, and they stopped. They said, no, let me just put that on my analysis board. I thought that was a kind of a cute little point. One of the things grandmasters hate is to, when they're developing, to lose a tempo. Like the moment they see that their opponent can attack a vulnerable piece, like, I don't like it.
But also we know that we shouldn't develop our queen so quickly, right, in the game. And actually, if like you start moving the queen to h5, then the knight on g3 comes and like,
take on h2, knight on f3. But that was also one of the things about Fischer Random, is sometimes you can develop your queen early, and because of the pieces and how they're placed, like for example, just what we just saw a moment ago, sometimes it's very hard to follow up with moves that attack the queen. So this is where Fabi and their team just kind of stopped and said, and what you would just mention, queen h5, knight g3, and we're getting kicked around. You're welcome to snack on a pawn, but then knight.
Exactly.
But if you were to go in this particular position, pardon me, queen takes f5. Oh, let me do that again. c3. Imagine I go to a5. Then, you're welcome to snack a pawn.
But there's another bishop on e1, Yasser. So maybe I can
Yeah,
go
but-
d4 followed by c4.
Exactly. But this is the thing. Sometimes your pieces are just not able to chase the queen.
And by the way, this is a pawn sacrifice because
Yes.
I can take
Yes.
on h7 if I
Oh,
want.
yes. Oh, yes.
Question
And
is, do
knight
you have
f6.
enough compensation for the pawn
And
sacrifice?
yeah, and away we go. But that's from the opening of the show. That's what I wanted to say, was that in the Sinkville Cup, we saw so many theoretical lines. In Fischer Random, not so much so. Here are the pairings again. Guys, what do you think? Levon Aronian, Gary Kasparov, our marquee matchup.
Absolutely.
Fabi versus Ali Reza, our backup.
We've seen
game.
so much of Ali Reza and Fabiano in the last couple of weeks. I feel we have to start with Gary.
I think we've seen so much of Ali Reza.
And I'm sure we will be seeing a lot of Ali Reza in the next couple of days as well. But we should start with Gary.
Yes, look at Gary actually.
His
How
intensity.
Yes, how you know.
Did you
concentrated
notice
he is.
yesterday? I saw you at the Ultimate Moves, Anastasiya, milling around. Did you notice yesterday how competitive Gary was, and discussing the position and analyzing? Bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes. Knight. It should be a draw, and he is
No,
totally
he's always
immersed.
so competitive.
Yes.
It's really great thing about Gary Kasparov. Even if when he plays in simultaneous exhibitions with kids versus kids, he is still very competitive. He doesn't want to lose. He doesn't want to give up any half a point. He wants to take it all.
Exactly.
And I think your comment, Yasser, actually made it on the first page of Reddit.
And there we have, sorry to interrupt you, Christian, Jeannie Singfield, Dr. Jeannie Singfield, on the ringing of the bell, Gary says, hey, man, where's my opponent? You got zero tolerance, dude.
He was still analyzing, most probably, trying to imagine the last.
And
E4.
like the computer predicted,
And we have
E4.
Caro-Kann.
Caro-Kann. Well, I'm not exactly what sure kind of Caro-Kann this is going to be, but E4, C6 on the board.
And an interesting aspect about this position is that with the rook on d8, it almost feels like you're already castled. But that's the wrong rook. You can castle short side with a rook from d8. And with a rook on a8, you will be able to castle long side. But first you have to move the rook from d8.
Now, when I see this move f4, in order to be able to bring out the queen, I'm anticipating e4, e5. Why would I want to play e5, losing a tempo in the opening? Well, first of all, I don't really want to capture on d5, but what I'm trying to do is close down this bishop on b8. If I could play the move e5 and maintain the pawn on e5, the bishop on b8 will be out of the game. And again, this is very, very typical of Fischer Random. Early challenges as early as move 1. Now, I actually peeked and I saw the preparation of Kasparov and Peter. Kasparov was saying, hey man,
F6,
if you play
yes,
e5,
I thought about it.
I'm going to go f6. I'm going to bring my bishop out here. I'm going to play knight to g6, and I'm going to put... And Gary was very excited when he saw this chance to attack.
And by the way, if you play d4 here, there is a pin, I think. Yes, you
Please.
cannot take, then black takes on e5, and then bishop e5.
I have to take with this pawn.
Yes.
Because I can't take with this pawn, there's a pin.
Yes.
And just to follow up with
Maybe
that
knight
pin,
e6 even, yes.
you're threatening both knight takes f4 or queen takes f4, knight takes e5. So that's why Levon is stopped. I think he's going to play knight g3, or has he stopped?
Yeah, he's thinking. I
He
think.
played
He
bishop
did
to
play
g3.
e5.
He did play.
Gary was
He
very
played
happy to play
e5,
f6.
f6, and bishop
Then
g3.
bishop to e. Ooh.
G3. Okay, bishop to g3.
Okay. This looks like a novelty.
It's not.
What does your chess engine say, Christian?
It's not a novelty.
It's not a novelty.
It has
What-
been played
in
a couple of
2019
times. 2017.
by Ali
and-
Reza in the European Championship.
No, by
sorry.
Virtual 107 versus Jar Zar.
No
I
way.
don't know who those guys are, obviously, but this is the
Jar
League Chess database. Also by Stone Master versus Justiniano 565. Quite interesting games, definitely. F takes e5 was one of the options in the position. Bishop to h5 to try to get the bishop out. This makes a lot of sense, right? That's why you play the move f6. Sure. Now, you're not giving this square for the knight because you also have the h6 potential for the knight and land on f5, especially after white plays the bishop on g3. So knight h5, knight f5, knight h6, knight f5 becomes a very viable option for black in the position. I really like what Gary is doing in this one. What I don't like is what Nepo is doing in this game, a very similar approach. Nevertheless, it does feel like White is taking a much more aggressive stance, in the center specifically. E4 followed by F4, C3 to support the move D4 and the immediate capture of the center with the move D4. And what I don't like is this move H5 by Nepo followed by F6. You're making too many moves with your pawns and you're not getting enough presence in the center. And White is just simply going to be able to go E5, take as much control in the center, push Black's pieces backwards. Also, once again, you pointed out at the beginning of the show a very important fact about this position. The bishops are the weak pieces, specifically this bishop on b8 in this setup. With the pawn on c3, d4, and f4, I'm going to be able to play the move e5, create that triangle in the middle of the board, that spear that's punching into your position, and the bishop on b8 is going to have huge problems in the ensuing middle game. I really like what Peter is doing in this one.
But, thank you, Cristian. And by the way, I was being completely facetious when I said novelty. I didn't realize that actually you've got a database.
It's so funny.
Did you expect his answer was like, you're right, Yasser, of course, this is a novelty.
That was funny, really funny.
Anastasiya, what caught your eye of the games?
First of all, I'm not sure. Maybe some players even check this database and maybe they know some games. I remember that Sam Shankland last time, he even checked some random Fischer positions in order to get the spirit of the position and try to understand how to play them. And yeah, I mean, F6 move looked a little bit strange in my opinion, but I don't know. I mean, maybe some ideas are behind and we're really not sure what's going on right now, yes.
A crazy game. Wow. Crazy game is between Hikaru and Shaq. Just take a look at what happened. First of all, everything I said about the opening moves, throw that out the window. Hikaru came up with G2, G4. He's the only player to play G2, G4. And against E5, he played C3, opening up his bishop. And pardon me, tickling this pawn on H7. That was met by knight G6. And Hikaru said, I don't like your knight there. Get out of there. I'm going to play H5, and I'm going to boot your knight. Shaq said, well, excuse me. Let me take your pawn. And, by the way, F2, F4, what about your knight? Well, the knights went back and said, I've won a pawn. And Hikaru said, no, you didn't. I took your knight, and here's the problem. I think Shaq anticipated that he would be able to recapture and not lose the pawn on e5, thanks to the pin. Surprise! I attack the rook, and I defend my queen, so that if you play a move like, I don't know, knight e7, let's say, I take. Ooh.
No, this motif, you can see it in all actually games. This bishop g3 or bishop h4 move, opening this rook and defending the queen on f1.
Yeah.
I think it's really great idea. Many players understood this motif.
And what do you think, Cristian? Bishop takes g6. Are we going to see an exchange sacrifice?
Well, perhaps if he takes with the f-pawn, but that's not the correct answer. Just take with the h-pawn.
Okay.
Played like a normal game of chess. You are taught as a beginner that you should be capturing towards the center. You should be following those principles. Because, of course, if you do take with the f-pawn, as you showed with bishop h4, that's a very cute tactic. And I'm sure Hikaru has been looking around these lines in preparation for this game. Take with the h-pawn. Right, allow white to take on e5, and now take advantage of the fact that you have the two bishops and your opponent doesn't. So open up the center with the move f6, immediately tackle that pawn on e5. Do not allow white to solidify with d4, knight to f3, and things of that nature. Attack the pawn immediately with the move f6, and that probably will be giving black quite a nice position. You have to look at your king. Maybe in the future, without the dark square bishop around, without the light square bishop around, excuse me, perhaps after the move c3 and d4, your king might become a little bit weak on c1. This is what I'm seeing from this game so far.
Yeah, and always and always and always, you're thinking, where about your king's safety? When you play the move g4, f4, h4, guess what? Your king is not going kingside. The king is probably going to stay here on the queen side.
And he did take with the h-pawn, and f takes e5 was played. And Hikaru started off with this move, g4. Everybody else started off with e4.
Right.
He was also the only player that was looking at this position by himself.
Right.
So-
well, Ali Reza, we didn't see Ali.
Ali Reza as well, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
What a creative play from actually Hikaru. I liked the way he approached this position. And I thought, Yasser, when you mentioned that White King will not do short castling, what about this rook on A1?
Yes,
Where it goes?
Yeah, we're
a question.
probably going to go rook to E1 and rook to D1. And I remember Sasha Alexander Morozevich, we were playing in one of the very, very early Fischer random tournaments held in Germany. And the opening position, he castled on move 1. He castled on move 1.
Yes.
And that's thinking outside of the box. And his rook was on E1, his king was on D1, and his rook was on C1. He just castled. And he said, I played D4 and E4, my rooks are beautiful. I killed the guy.
Yes.
Bishop, I'm expecting after F6, Bishop G3. Let's go back to Levon and Gary and see, we have a queen trade, Anastasiya. See, F6, Bishop G3, that move Bishop H5, that looked okay. I also liked Christian's plan of knight H6 and knight F5. Now that the bishop has already committed itself, maybe you could hunt that bishop down. No castling. After Bishop H5, Rook E1.
Rook has moved.
Yes, no castling kingside for Levon. Takes. Well, no castling kingside for. By the way, no castling queenside for Levon. Now knight H6 by Gary. C3, opening up the bishop.
Again, H7.
And Bishop G6.
And
So-
D4 was played on the board.
Which one?
D4.
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 Bishop
This is
takes
the
D1.
problem. This bishop actually is getting
Wow.
squeezed.
This bishop.
So bishop takes, no castling whatsoever, but with the queens off the board, White's king can step into the center and be perfectly safe. Now, in the meanwhile, I think this pawn on E5 is giving White a great central grip, and
Knight to F7
there
was
could
played.
be
Now,
some suffocation going on here. Like knight H6 and maybe bishop H4. I'm liking what I'm seeing for Levon. I think.
oh, absolutely. And this
he's got
Knight
an
F7
opening.
is not a great move to have to play, but I think you have to do it because if you do put the knight on G6, then you will have to worry about ideas such as knight to F3 followed by knight to G5. And how do you defend the pawn on H7? You have to
Right.
lose another tempi to go, rook to H8. Your position is becoming more and more passive. That's why he played the move knight to F7. But now the knights are kind of stepping on each other's hooves, right? They're
Exactly.
superfluous knights.
Superfluous.
As of now, also, I have such beautiful pressure on the F file. And the big problem remains your bishop on B8. Where does that
Exactly.
go?
And rook on A8, by the way, also is stuck. And
You
who
need
knows
so
when
many
it-
more moves to finish your development, right?
And this is really throwing down the gauntlet. This is quite the challenge for Gary, this move bishop H4. Hitting the pawn immediately. Of course we can defend it. No question about it. But then this bishop is so very nicely placed.
I think after king d7, e6 might be winning.
E6.
Oh,
I mean, it looks really dangerous.
and
Take
then
rook to
E1.
e1 check. I'm going to invade on e7.
No me gusta. I don't like them apples.
But to play rook E8 also looks really...
Yeah, I also wanted to say
Craziness.
that to play G5 looks really bad too, because now even though it's taken White some time,
King
and we
d7
do
is
have
on the
King
board, guys.
D7.
e6 is an option right now.
Wow,
Yes.
Gary,
Gary played
he's
king D7.
he. The only good thing I can say about the move King D7, provoking the move E6, and Rook check, is this bishop is actually
Finally.
happy. It's happy. It's alive, and I don't know about whether the king is happy. That's a different discussion altogether. But at least your bishop will come out.
So I picked at the engine. e6 is actually a bad move. e6,
Because-
take on e6, yes.
Yes.
Because
Looks
the
tempting.
yeah.
But
The king actually hides on c8, and I don't have the light square bishop.
No.
So I cannot attack it on c8. That's a problem.
Oh.
And once again, the fact that I managed to finally give some life to my bishop on b8 is so important towards
Right.
the position, towards the
G5
assessment of
out.
the position.
Maybe G5 as well, exactly, Anastasiya. Wow, okay, so the provocative king D7.
Very provocative move.
Yeah.
King D7.
But-
No E6.
No E6?
No,
Knight to
something
F3
else.
was
Knight
played.
F3, I think.
Knight F3. Very much more sedate. It's funny, I actually thought the knight was coming to H3, and why did I think that? I want to control G5, of course, but I also want to keep the rook open. And they're playing quickly now. What has happened, Anastasiya?
I see that knight went to G5 and they're exchanging the knights on G5. Knight F, yes. And then knight G5.
I just have
Let's
to
play it.
refresh my board. Okay, so after king D7 came knight F3, yes?
I think so, yes. Or knight
And
F3. And then somehow they exchanged the knights on G5. But first black played something.
What did black play, Christian, after
Christian-
knight F3?
Yes, we
After
don't have
knight to
the board.
F3, the games have not been updated.
Yes, but we saw it on the board. Yes, we
Okay,
saw
then
that.
we're going to need a bird's eye view.
Yes. Yes,
I
now we
see
have
on the
it.
live. So,
If we can
You
get
see
a
the bishop
full
is on
shot of
G5.
the
So yeah, I
board.
think
Okay.
rook
The rook on
G8.
G8,
Rook
that's
G8
what I'm
was
seeing.
played. Knight G5, G8.
rook G8,
Knight
knight
G5,
G5, a
and
trade of
A
knights.
trade, yes, and
Bishop came to C7, makes sense. The rook is ready to come to F8 and
Knight
liberate
G3.
the knight. Knight to G3.
And once again, you're playing without that bishop on C7. It's such a big problem, and it's so difficult to get it out because every time you play a move such as E6, the 7th rank becomes so weak. I can think about ideas of just simply taking on H6 followed by rook to F7.
Exactly.
It's a difficult position for
But wait a
black.
minute, though, Christian. I'm looking at the move rook F8.
That's what he played. That's what he played. And
And
now I'm seeing knight.
on
Well,
a
first
good
of all, I
day-
have to defend my rook on F1. So let's
Yes.
go king to D2 or C2. Let's go C2.
Yeah, or D2. As
Sure.
we'll figure it out later. But the moment I
E6, E6, resign on the spot.
king
King takes C6,
E6.
rook B1.
This
I follow it
rook-
up with rook takes C7. That's game over.
Oh, how nasty!
So you
That's right.
cannot go knight F7. That's a big problem. You have to lose some time with E6.
That is a big problem. Knight F7, E6, king takes, rook to E1, and Christian is absolutely right. Resign on the spot. You're going to lose massive amounts of material suddenly.
So let's see if you have enough time to go E6. Because if you manage to go E6 and bishop to D8, maybe you have some chances of
That's what I
survival.
was angling for. The bishop on C7 has a terrible life, but if I can play bishop E6, then I can at last maybe get to a good diagonal.
I like it. The question is, are you in time? So let's go knight H5.
Exactly. Knight H5. Ideas of taking.
yeah.
But Knight H5,
I think you have to go bishop to D8, right?
gosh, I desperately want to play Knight F7 for a moment.
I like that move too, yes.
Just so that I can. But the whole problem is White's advantage in space. He's leveraging this pawn on E5 to tremendous effect. Is Levon? It's blunting the bishop. It's just taking away so many key squares. And Gary, he hates passivity. I mean, in his whole career,
Needs to defend
the
now,
most
yes.
active move. You could count on Gary to play the most active move. And at this moment, his pieces are not
Not in the
active.
not
Not in
really
a good
happy.
mood.
Absolutely, yes. But I think still should be holdable somehow.
Should we check in on Fabiano and Firouzja, because that looks like actually a normal position, and that's what happens, of course, in Fischer Random. The players do normalize.
But I
Hikaru's
really
game
like
for a
what
moment.
Shaq is doing in his game
Is
against
excellent.
Hikaru. This one seems to be going towards the draw, right?
What?
A lot of the one between Caruana and Firouzja that we have on the
Sure.
big board. At the same time, the one that you have on your board, Yasser, the one between Hikaru
I
and
like
Mamedyarov,
black.
it's looking really good for black.
Really good.
Absolutely.
mean,
two bishops, perfectly
bishops?
placed, both of them very active, and I'm 2 moves away from involving the rook on a8, the only piece that's actually not playing an active role right now into the game after rook to e8, rook a to d8.
But it has future if you move the rook and then you can do the castling still, right?
Exactly, exactly.
Yes,
G5. Now, normally speaking, everybody likes to put their knight in the center of the board. That's absolutely clear, whether it would be knight to D5 or knight to E4.
Knight
But in
G4
both
was
cases, the knight could get attacked, pardon me. So placing the knight to H5 where there is no G4 has a dual purpose. You're safe, but also you're stopping knight G3. By the way, this bishop on H4 is now crying that the pawn is on G5. It has no future. Queen E7 and castle short.
What I like so much that it's ruining stereotypes which we have, yes? So knight at the edge of the board looks actually quite good. Not the one on H1, but the one on H5.
E2, E4 by Hikaru. I'm anticipating after Queen E7, Rook E1, and if we make castle, let me see. It's not allowing me to do that. That's interesting.
No, you cannot castle like that, Yasser.
Well,
Can
no
we?
kidding.
Yes.
So how do I castle with
You want to castle short?
Yes.
Yes,
Huh.
I think it's possible, the rook.
You should be
Hasn't moved.
pulling the king towards G8.
I am.
And he's asking
think
about it.
Yeah.
This is so funny.
Arbiter.
That is a viable option. Yes.
And that was a good move, a very, very good move, because that connects the rooks, which is, as we know, always a good thing in chess. Complete your development, connects your rooks, prepares the move rook e8, and bishop can come to g4. It's easy to talk about an initiative for black. Yes, white could also castle. Hey, you see, that time I did it right. I picked up the king, and I put it on top of the rook.
Ah, you have to put it on top. By the way, players yesterday, they were discussing it.
This is the replay of the long castles. Yeah, go for it.
It's so happy to do castling. It's a
Right.
good move, right? To
Exactly.
Do. Yes, with
The
two.
king safety.
Yes.
The smile that Shakhriyar had just there was the same smile that his king had. Oh, thank you very much.
That you took care of it.
You took care of the king. Very good, very good.
Very cheeky, but that did lose one tempo at least, right? He could have played rook to e8 followed by the other rook to d8,
Right.
and have both rooks on the central files. Now after castle, you have to go once again rook e8, rook d8. He's focused on the queen side though. He believes, for good reason,
But
that
it's
the king on c1 is not going to go to g1.
Exactly.
That's an empty square, but you're not going to go there. First of all, you just moved your rook to e1, so that's not even legal.
Right.
You're going to stay on c1, and most
Right.
likely you're going to go long castle. The problem is, once you do that, I go a4, a3, I open up your position on the queen side, and your king becomes extremely weak.
Exactly.
I like what Shaq is doing.
And conversely, that black king on g8 is enjoying a very nice pawn shield and lots of palace guards. So yes, I think that this is going well in Shaq's favor. Let's jump again to Fabi. Again, this was a major piece ending. Does look like, well, just a second. Hold on, Fabi is, no, he's not nibbling.
I think this is just going
Just
to
going to be
peter
a
out
draw.
into a
Okay.
quick draw.
Levon Gary, we thought that Gary was the one under a lot of pressure. Let's see. One of the things that's incredibly hard at the highest levels is you get an advantage, bravo. But then to maintain that advantage throughout an entire game is really hard. And normally speaking, a player is going to get an opportunity to climb back. Anastasiya, I'm still looking at this position for Gary, and I'm not a fan. He's going to have to play g6. This knight is too troublesome. Drive the knight, go ahead if you like, and I don't know if you'd like to take with the rook or you would like to take with the pawn.
I think with the rook looks good because then I can bring another rook. Yeah.
Exactly, another rook over. And
But maybe black has time, maybe to like
I don't know,
consolidate.
something, well, even this is just, I
Not
mean,
good,
okay,
yes.
My knight is...
It's miserable.
It's
Yeah,
miserable.
it's really hard to imagine
I'm
this.
groveling.
No, I mean,
cannot even
maybe
play
you can go
king
rook
e7.
g7, but the problem is if you go rook g7, I have enough time to go rook f8 and hide my rook on the 8th rank.
Yeah. I mean, it's a grovel. I'm not pleased for Gary, but I'm just saying the current position. Hey, look, if you
Doesn't look great.
if you want escargot,
Yasser,
you got to
even
give
at-
me a snail.
At that point,
I
even
can't-
at that point, Yasser, let's go back to that position after g5.
Sorry.
Just to showcase that I'm not only playing with my rook and my bishop in that position, the whole line that we just discussed.
Oh, sorry. It was bishop f8.
I think it was bishop d8.
bishop
Bishop
d8,
d8?
king e2. Yeah.
And then knight to f6,
Right.
take, rook takes f6, knight to d8,
Yep.
rook to f1, we exchange a pair of rooks, and then
Yep.
we go g5.
Yep.
And it looks like I don't have enough resources, right? But I still have my king. So why don't I go king to f3, king to g4? You can play h5, but that's going to allow me to pick at your pawn from behind with the move rook to h6. I'm not sure you want that.
I don't like that very much. So your king is coming. Okay, let's see. Let's just play another move or two.
King e7, yes, and knight to f7.
And then maybe, I don't know. You can
I
decide.
might go in, yes, with king to h5. Once again, it feels like at some point you're going to actually run out of moves.
I'm just moving my rook back and forth. Again, Gary is not one of these people who likes solid fortress-like positions, but he did play g6, by the way.
And then I did
So-
not go to f6, which is quite intriguing.
Gary improved. He put his king back on e8 first, so that rook f4, and only now did he play g6.
And now if you go knight f6 and take with a rook back, I win a tempo.
Yes.
Exactly, because you
very
played
smart.
rook f4.
Very crafty.
Very crafty. But after knight came back, bishop to e7, well, I must say, Gary's solving his problems. Could he have solved them more simply with bishop g? Oh, no. Oh,
Nice.
no. Oh, what a crafty
Imagine
trap.
Guys,
Levon.
but
Always
Yes.
Levon.
Peter just made a big mistake.
Peter.
Peter just blundered, and I think the game is close to being done, in
He's
fact.
playing against
Oh,
Jan
no. He
Nepomniachtchi.
forgot.
It's over,
He
yes.
just resigned.
He
after
forgot
G1.
about
Incredible.
knight e3 forking. By the way, this apologies to the players, but this one went below our radar.
There was not as many things happening. It was quite a complex battle in the middle game before this move rook to g1.
Okay, but somehow already Peter's been outplayed.
Yes.
Yeah, but
So that's a pawn to the good, and of course you can go knight to f1 maybe and try to hold on. Knight to e4 perhaps.
Yeah, yeah.
knight e4 perhaps.
But then a 4 pawn probably.
I'm a little bit.
It's
don't
looking dangerous. It's looking
I'm
dangerous.
a little bit concerned. Maybe
Yes.
queen f5 followed by bishop g6. It looked like Nepo was for choice. In any case, our first result, Anastasiya,
Yes,
of the
Peter.
round. Chess commentator extraordinaire, our great star.
What to do? Peter loses his first game, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is really in a good shape. He's actually was second in Single Cup, so
Right.
definitely his opponent was also strong. Of course, his friend Jan.
Right.
It's also not so easy to play against your friends. By the
No,
way.
it's not. Wesley So versus Lanier. We're seeing a lot of contours similar to the game of Gary Kasparov, where Gary is suffering. Funnily enough, Gary is suffering with a dark squared bishop. Wesley's kind of suffering with a light squared bishop.
But at least we don't have e6 pawn.
True, true,
that's a good
true.
difference.
This bishop is actually patrolling the open diagonal. I like this move g5 too, by the way, just trying to put the double pawn to good use. Maybe I'm just a little bit concerned. Can white just play knight f3?
At the same time, guys, compare this position to the position of Gary, especially
Exactly.
the position of Gary from a couple of moves ago. We have the same structure,
Right.
but there is no dark square bishop for black. There is no weakness of that nature. There is no bad piece. Also, the bishop on d7. There's no pawn on e6.
Yeah, that's
so
what
I
I
have
meant.
Yes.
to go out,
Yeah.
which is beautiful.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a completely different situation in which it does seem like Wesley doesn't have as many problems to find equality. As you were mentioning, guys, knight f3, g4, sure, why not? Yeah.
And black also has f file, right?
Exactly.
So that's
Yes.
a difference,
Exactly.
big difference.
Activity down the f file, moves like rook f4, doubling up.
If I manage to double up, I'm going to start being worried with the white pieces,
Optimistic,
right? Maybe I
yes.
would be worse at some point.
Absolutely. Again, let's just jump to the Gary game. Gary, look at this. He's actually making some active move for a change. Knight
H1.
Okay, the knight was doing nothing good on the g3 square. It's looking for a more active square. Gary said, okay, c5.
In the spirit of the position.
The spirit
Yes.
of the French.
Of French, yes.
With the French players being so successful, Anastasiya, in the Singphil Cup, Gary,
Yes,
you
follows.
know, is picking up the tricolors.
And how do
C5.
we feel about the position in Caruana versus Firouzja, guys?
Let's.
It was
we
pretty
thought it was
drawish, right?
Very drawish.
Very drawish, but
But
What
wait a
happened?
minute.
who has the easier draw, I guess, is my question. Because also Fabiano has 5 minutes on the clock.
I don't know,
compared
rook
to 10
e8, I
minutes for
see.
Firouzja.
That's a problem for
That's a
black.
big-
Can
Extra
be.
pawn, there's
Well,
a checkmate
if-
coming.
if you
Checkmate is
drop-
coming if you don't pay attention.
If you drop back, then we can see maybe some activity
Rook
with
E7.
ideas of rook takes a7 and rook d7. I mean, of course it's a draw, but
And that's what I'm asking. Does
Maybe it's
white
easier to play
maybe
white.
have a claim to an advantage?
maybe
Even
it's
with
easy.
a pawn down, being a pawn down in the position?
Of course, we know that if you come to the 7th rank, even without a couple of pawns, it can be still quite good. So if rook e7 is possible, and then rook b.
But now maybe just
Yeah.
simply rook to e8 or even rook to b6, right?
Ah.
Rook to b6, try to defend from the 6th
And
rank
then
from
rook
the
to
f6 square. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, something like this, something like this,
And then
something
rook
like
f6,
this.
yes.
Rook takes a7. Okay, how is this position? Is this
I wouldn't
that
want to
easy?
play it. I mean, it's still
So you
still a
take, and now
draw.
I try to hide my king on h7, right?
Or
But I would just move the king instead of rook a7, maybe.
I'm
But maybe
looking
no.
to
Oh yes, oh yes.
do things like this. Again, likely draw, but maybe black is the one who's having to solve his problems. He did start with rook c8, and now here's the key moment.
Would he
Rook
take the
A8.
passive route with rook to a8?
I liked your rook a8, rook b6, rook f6.
There's
idea.
also rook to b1, right?
Ah,
Okay,
rook
he played
b1.
it, yeah.
And that was the one
Wow.
that Fabi didn't want to see because now he's going to have to play rook takes f7, check.
And then rook b1.
Yeah, let me refresh my board for just a moment. Sorry, everybody. This is a good move. So to win my pawn back, I have to play it like this. And-
Okay, so how do you defend the pawn on a7 right now?
Rook
Do you go
c-
rook e8?
No, I go
No, but then I
check.
give you a check, right?
And I get one.
I take on a7.
Oh, sorry. You take on a7.
Right, right. So you have to find a way to defend the pawn on a7 somehow.
I'm.
Because rook
I thought you were talking about the a pawn. Okay, in that case, I have to go hog wild and stop your rook from getting behind.
Okay.
You're
so I'm
welcome.
definitely not taking that. No, I'm not munching on that one.
Oh, come on, come on.
I know you
Be
all
a
too well,
sport.
Yasser.
Be a
All
sport.
too
Get
well.
on my Christmas good friends list.
and I think you actually want to start with d3 instead of rook c1.
So d4.
Yeah, d4 is a dangerous weapon.
Maybe
for
you
sure.
have to.
King
Move the
f1,
king,
sure.
yes. Cannot be bad.
By the way, he decided to go king e6.
King e6 right away.
Yeah, with the pawn on d5 still.
And by the way, I actually really like that move because it basically asks the question, if you're not going to come down right here, right now, then I am going to play rook a6.
But I will come down right here, right
Okay.
now. So what do you do?
Check.
King h2.
And now your king is
Far away.
in safety, but you're
That's
right,
fine.
Anastasia,
I
far,
have-
far away.
I have a very dangerous pawn as well. Am I not in time? Rook takes a7.
Maybe. That could be an issue. d3.
So d3, rook,
Exactly. Where the rook goes a8. And
rook a8, but then
d8.
d2. I'm not in time. I'm actually
No.
not in
yes,
time. I'm
just-
getting
just
checkmated
lose.
first. That's a problem.
But I like your optimism, Yasser. King is in
That's a
safe
problem.
place.
Safety. Maybe, King F1.
Oh my God.
And now he
course.
could play rook to C6. And then you're going to have to take the G pawn. Rook takes A6, rook takes G7, and that's probably going to be the draw. Okay. Something like King E5. And
King
you just
E5 or
go-
King F6?
Well, I
Right.
was thinking to
You're
play
trying to play for a
actively
win, yes?
to at least intimate that my king is going to escort the pawn up the board. We know it's not going to happen because there are checks from behind, but at least
To show, yes.
yeah, to show
something,
that
yes.
I've got some ideas. Back to our game of Gary. Was Gary breaking out of his prison cell, Christian?
He was indeed up to a certain point, but right now after taking on d4 and bishop takes d4, it does seem like once again it is white who is on top. Because I do have a lot of avenues for my knight. Specifically, I see this rook from f4 potentially being exchanged, and then a knight lands on f4 with devastating consequences because I'm attacking both your weaknesses on e6 and h5. At the same time, I also have this idea of improving on the queen side, as he is doing right now, Levon. That is, but one player that is in deep danger of losing his first game is Hikaru Nakamura in his game against Shakhriyar. So maybe let's take a look at that.
Let's jump to that. Because we said that white's king was
Will
going
be
to have to
under
remain
a
on
tremendous
the queen.
attack.
Exactly. And we left it a few moves back, but we knew what was coming. We knew that with white's king on the queen side, black actually gets a free roll.
Yes.
Just throws his pawn forward, and white's pawns are actually pretty nicely blockaded.
Absolutely. He played the move knight to d4, so bishop f5, knight d4. And now there's an exchange sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
The beautiful bishops. Where I think it was the Fabi game, Fabi against Hans Niemann, where we saw a case of the beautiful bishops. Here, this bishop on h4 is not a beauty. It's not.
Is cut from the game and
Is not beautiful. I
A4, I really like this move.
love this exchange sacrifice for Shaq, Christian.
By the way, after the move a4, okay, I know it's not going to happen, but think about some rook to c1, sure.
Exactly.
And then I have moves such as queen to b3.
queen to b3.
Take my queen, please. Take my queen.
With
If
a
you
dear
take,
bishop
of course,
e6.
that's going to be a checkmate. You don't want to go queen to b3, but I'm just saying that it's a beautiful possibility.
Wow.
I think what he's focused on after this move a4 and what he should be focused on is the pawn on d4. So soften up the king's position with the move a3 first. Force
then-
white to play the move b3, and then hunger down on the pawn on d4 with the move bishop to b6.
Okay.
Bishop b6, rook to d8, that rook is not doing anything. It's going to be very difficult for white to defend that pawn on d4.
So something like rook c1, you say go for a3 right
Let's go
away.
for a3 first.
Yeah. You're trying to break through, and then after you've softened up the king's position, go for the bishop to b. That looks really good to
It
my
looks
eye.
really
And by
good,
the
and
way,
knight
rook to
will also come
c4,
back at one point.
rook to c4,
Uh-oh.
queen takes c4.
Uh-oh.
What the
The nice tactics are coming along just fine.
My spidey sense is tingling here,
nice.
Anastasia.
It looks beautiful.
I don't like it. I don't like it at
I
all.
like it for a shock, but I don't like it for Hikaru. Probably he's
Right.
also not so happy with all.
Hikaru is in trouble.
I don't see. Okay, I tried rook c1. That was a fail. But with these guys all sitting over here, that's terrible. Let's try to do something like knight. So at least in this case, if you do go for the same line as before, at least in this case, I do have a possible defender.
Sure, but
then maybe
I do
knight
have queen to d5, right? How do you defend? Queen g1, you lose the knight on e4.
You're absolutely
I
right.
guess you still have knight to c5 at that point, so let's keep going. Oh, knight to c5, sorry. The queen on g2 is hanging too.
Yeah. No,
That's-
maybe you start with queen d5 just to
Make sure that
make
knight
sure.
no
Because
one
if you start with bishop,
Oh,
then
that's-
your knight c5.
That's nice.
Christian.
That
Then
is smart.
It works.
Yes.
Then it just in the nick of time. But if you start with that queen d5, now I'm, oops.
And by the way, Hikaru is down to last minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, he plays
It's
pretty
not
fast.
going well. Gonna just check in on the. Ooh, he played that move, knight e4.
Ah,
Levon and Gary.
it looks
Ooh.
from Gary's face. That's
Levon
probably...
broke through, pretty much the way you described it. Rook, the knight went to f4, and Gary.
blunder something.
Oh, bishop d8. He allowed
Rook
a
f7,
cute
yes.
trick.
The position
Rook takes-
was already extremely difficult at this point.
Yes.
You can go knight to d8 and try to survive. The problem
But
is
that
you have
guy's
so many
hanging too.
weaknesses.
Yeah.
Exactly. So many weaknesses. And yeah, there's
You-
no
you know, it
weaknesses
was
in
a-
White's position.
It was a very strange game because that pawn on e5, which landed there very early, kind of dominated the game because Gary's pieces were passive from the get-go.
Yes, somehow Levon estimated the position really correctly, that this e-pawn will play its role in this game. Yes.
Absolutely.
And let's go back to Hikaru's
knight
game, guys,
takes
because I
e5?
think we're going to see some resignations in that one.
I'm wondering-
Queen to d5 was played after knight to e4. Now, he's combining a couple of threats. Not only that you have this idea of a3 and attacking on the dark squares, but I have a second bishop as well. I can go bishop to e6 as well, create the battery and
Yes,
attack on that
course.
side. Now that I set up the pin on the long diagonal, a8, h1, for knight on e4, the knight on e4 cannot move. Bishop to f2 was played, but after bishop to e6, I think it's resignation time. You can go knight f6 and exchange the queens, but you're not going to play for a very long
Yes,
time
if
after
it's a
that.
move, you have to do knight f6 in that position. Then it's something
over.
went wrong.
It's pretty much over.
Oh.
You know, it's funny, Christian, because you offered queen b3 as a kind of a humor joke. Not so bad, because you were threatening to play bishop to e6
Right.
after you played queen b3 and forced the capture of the queen. Bishop e6 right here, right now,
Wins the
forces white to give up a knight, essentially, right?
I don't think. And not only that, you're not even taking my knight back on f6, right?
Yeah.
I really like this idea of taking with the knight instead of taking with the pawn. Maybe
Yeah.
you have to worry about some sort of attack on the h file, but it's just too slow.
Too slow, too
Too
slow.
slow.
But that knight on h5 makes us a magic transfer to the central square d5.
King f8.
King
Whoa.
f8.
That's
no,
slow.
no.
That is
I don't
slow.
want your knight.
Wait a minute.
I don't want no knight. I want your king. Look at that move by Shaq. Bishop e6. Deal with it, he says. You know what? Maybe
You know,
he's
the
right.
funny part is that it doesn't change that much, right? Because now you don't have knight f6, but you also don't have a good way to quickly get rid of the pin and set up a
Precisely.
defense on the pawn on a2. It doesn't spoil the advantage.
No, not at all. I'm actually thinking
Maybe he wants to play c4.
that's really the strongest move. I love that move, king f8. I don't want to win your knight. I want to win your king.
And it also has the shock value, because you could see Hikaru lean back in his chair. Wait a minute, king f8. I did not calculate this.
Right?
It's a very unpleasant move to play,
Very
right? When your
right.
opponent already suffers.
10 seconds, Anastasia.
10 seconds, he has to find a magic trick, Hikaru.
6
Bishop
seconds, 5 seconds,
E6.
4.
I
He
don't
has to
think
make
there's a
move.
magic trick in this
Yes.
one. Queen to h1.
Can you imagine Hikaru losing on time?
No.
No.
But bishop e6, knight c3 is
Knight c3
forced.
is the only move.
Bishop.
5 seconds, 4.
Okay,
B3,
b3.
the only move.
No,
Oh,
this
no.
cannot be good.
This cannot
This
be
is
good.
over,
All
guys.
pieces are...
b3, ab. Now knight c5. Rook takes
b2,
a2.
very nice.
Yeah,
Oh.
Very
resigned.
nicely played.
Yes.
Oh,
B2 he played, I think, yes.
b2.
Checkmate is coming.
That was a beautiful finish by Shaq.
We still
reminding
have some games,
us
guys.
what a
Dominguez
strong
versus
player he is. Huh?
Wesley.
Also,
We have, by the way, 3 results, 3 wins, no draws. That's one of the things about Fischer Random, the number of draws.
yeah, look, 10 seconds also.
The moment I speak, the commentators curse. I was about to say the
believe
number
we're
of
going to see a
draws are
repetition right
reduced.
now.
maybe our first draw, Anastasiya.
The
Looks
most
like
practical choice for Lenier is to just go king to f3. He has only 5 seconds left on his
5 seconds.
Yes, yes, he plays on.
And a draw agreed with a repetition. Let's quickly go to the remaining game. Ooh, this is a very unusual 3 versus 2 ending. You don't get this every day.
No.
And we
But,
have.
I don't think anybody's risking anything, right?
But like king
Well,
g4
king
was
G4,
a threat.
Rook to
Yes.
g7. If you take on g3, I go f5 all the time.
Ah, okay.
So I just stay on the
G
g file, and I don't think you can make any progress.
F5, what a cute move. I like it. Because
And
we
don't
lose.
take on g2, because after rook takes
Yes,
g6,
rook
you
g6,
can
you lose the
resign.
game.
I actually lose the
Nice,
game.
yes.
I thought the idea of rook there was to make the silly move rook here. You know, it's kind of a mutual zugzwang. As soon
Yes.
as you move your rook, I can attack the g6 pawn.
But I like the
But,
variation of Cristian. Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I like that one as well. I
Yes,
like rook
F5.
g7, king takes, f5.
And based on
Sweet.
the same motif, I guess I can just go rook to h6 as well.
So rook h7 on the board. It looks, Anastasiya, like we're going to see 3 decisive games and 2
Draws.
draws. But fun
Looks
games.
like-
Fun
Yes.
games. And sad to see Gary going down as he did, but he never got out of his opening issues.
Exactly, yes. And so far, not so good for the couple, Gary Peter, at the moment. Both of
Yes.
them lost their games.
Right.
But I'm sure they will do better next time. Just the first round, and anything can happen.
And perhaps Hikaru should be teaming up with Ali Reza. Do some analysis, because that g4 was a little bit dubious on move 1. Definitely had some practical value,
Right.
but a bit dubious from an objective
We
point
do
of view.
see king g4 on the board by Ali Reza.
Will Fabio play rook g7, I wonder? Yeah.
How about rook
h6 is a
H6
move as well,
also.
yes.
Oh,
Rook
because-
And f5 as well.
Exactly. Well,
Nice.
one moment we have f5 with the king. Now we have f5. Rook h3.
very
What
practical.
I thought he was going to do. I thought that.
I know why he played this move. Too
I
many
don't like
games
this
with
move.
Yasser.
Exactly.
The last days.
The training has been working.
I don't
Yes.
like this move. Not a fan of it. It's still a draw, obviously.
Yeah,
But it
G5.
just goes to show that
Well, now I go rook h4.
rook
Too much
d4 and
respect
we exchange, and I
Reza,
go king
we
g4,
could
king
try.
g3, and that's it.
Okay, draw. Until, how we said, the naked king.
Still naked
Still
kings,
naked.
yes.
King is going towards a7. Very strategic.
Yeah. Draw.
I actually did that once. I have played to naked kings, and my opponent smiled and reached across his hand. I said, "Move!" And we have a 3-way tie for first, as we have 3 winners in this opening round 1. And we're going to take a short break, but before we do, Anastasiya, what's the story with Cube Boutique today?
Yeah, we have a special chessboard, right?
That's why I got this
absolutely
chessboard
great
delivered to me.
chessboard. Yes. So, Yasser, can you show us?
Yeah.
They were featuring the premium vinyl roll-up board, featuring the official 9LX logo with gold and cream squares. It's perfect for on-the-go and traveling. And now it's available in our online Cube Boutique shop. Yasser, do you like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. I've always loved the canvas roll-up boards. They're indestructible. They're absolutely fun. Do the people get a discount? 5%, friends and family?
Only if they say your name, Yasser.
Okay. Anastasiya, the honor roll. What's our standings?
Yes, so we have Levon Aronian, Yan Nepomniachtchi, and Shahryar Mamedyarov, early leaders in the tournament. All of them, they won their games in the first round,
Bravo,
so they
bravo.
share the first place.
3 draws. Oh, pardon me, 4 draws.
Four,
No, 4 players.
4
win.
players with half a point,
Of
yes?
course.
So
Yeah.
Fabiano, Wesley So, Dominguez, and Alireza Firouzja, they have half a point.
Exactly.
And then Hikaru Nakamura, Peter Svidler, and Gary Kasparov, they lost their first game, so that's why they're at the end of the table.
All looking to bounce back. And we are about 10 minutes away from the next round as the players get ready. They'll get a reveal, and we'll take a break, and we'll see you on the other side of the break.
You guys probably know there's a lot to see and do in St. Louis. But when it comes to the art scene, there's more here than meets the eye. From Laumeier Sculpture Park and the City Garden to the stunning Cathedral Basilica, one of the largest mosaic collections in the entire world. So if art is your thing, St. Louis is on display all year long. Ooh, now that's an exhibit. St. Lou is always exploring.
Can you hear it? It's the sound of hope and health and strength. It's the sound of compassion, of open doors, where people and machines are in tune and miracles occur. It's the sound of personalized healthcare and active communities. It sounds like life, and it's what you hear when you really listen.
And here we are for current standings. Once again, Levon Aronian, Yan Nepomniachtchi and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov are leading after the first round. All of them won their games. And then?
Impressive victories, in fact, I want to say. We had 2 draws, so 4 players in a half point. And of course, the 3 players who lost, there you see them at the bottom, Hikaru, Peter, and Gary. Tell us about the pairings and what our audience can expect for round 2, Anastasiya.
Yeah, Wesley So will play with Alireza Firouzja.
Very nice.
Great game. Shakhriyar Mamedyarov will face Fabiano
So
Caruana.
good.
Don't forget, Shakhriyar won his game. Then we have Gary Kasparov facing Hikaru Nakamura. I'm sure everybody is looking forward to see the match.
That's for sure.
Yan Nepomniachtchi with Levon Aronian. And
2 leaders.
Exactly.
Playing, and that should be a marquee matchup.
yes, we will definitely check this game. And then we have Dominguez against Peter Svidler.
Exactly. I was going to say, Cristian, as we get ready for round 2 and get ready for the big reveal as well, the victories that we saw there, they were very nice. They were very impressive, especially Levon's over Gary.
Absolutely, yeah. Levon's was a grind. He got a better position out of the opening, but he played a very classical game of chess. He got more space in the opening, out of the opening, and then just grinded down the endgame. Created a second weakness on the queen side, as we've seen with that expansion A4, B4, and basically just giving a job for the rook on B1 that was just trying to find its place in the position. That was very, very nicely done by Levon. Definitely cranked up the pressure, and unfortunately for Gary, it was a difficult game from the get-go, and he was unable to withstand the pressure. But I have to say, most impressed with Shakhriyar's exchange sacrifice. That
Yes.
rook takes d4 was so beautiful and so well timed. Rook takes d4, a4, the follow-up was powerful as well and very well calculated. If let's take a look at that one actually, because I need
That
to
move,
point
King
it out.
F8.
Exactly.
Wow,
I do want to point out that rook takes
Fantastic.
d4 was just so beautiful. Let's take a look at that.
You know, don't
Rook
give a
takes
chance
d4.
to Shakhriyar to
Boom.
attack, you know.
Take on d4, a4, a very, very nice move, right? You might be looking at ways to maybe bring this knight back, knight f4, knight to d5, but what you should be focused on in the position is open up the king, get to the king. The way to do that is to take advantage of the newly created weakness on d4. But first, you have to weaken the king with the move a4. He understood that, and well, basically that's all she wrote. After that, Hikaru did not have a way back into this game.
Right. And especially, Anastasiya and I, we love that King F8 in the game. And here we getting the big reveal as the players are all ready. Hold on, who is that at the very bottom of our
Well,
screen?
Hikaru seems
Looks
to be
like
taking
Hikaru
it
is
back.
not in the best of moods,
No.
Anastasiya.
He is not, but we could recognize him because of chess pieces all around his court. Yes,
But
he is.
at least Hikaru is trying to get closer to Alireza. Maybe he's opening up the discussion for a partnership in the next few rounds.
I don't think that's a very animated discussion going on there. I mean,
By the way, when they played in St. Louis Rapid and Blitz,
Yes.
both of them also were kind of lonely compared to the other players who were chatting
Distant.
with each other. So normally they didn't participate in all those chats most of the times. They
Right.
were on their own.
Okay, Yasser, what do you think of Alireza's shoes? Can we zoom on Alireza's shoes?
I don't know. It must be the sneakers. You're right. They
The-
do look like, they could give a lift.
Did you see this type of shoes back in your days, Yasser?
Yeah, they were
Was this
Air
a thing?
Jordans, and we wore them on a basketball court.
But they have holes in them. You see?
These are like
Nice.
They have
clogs
holes in
or
them.
Grocs? What do they call those?
Huge ones. Yes.
Oh, I don't think they're Crocs. Definitely not Crocs. I think these are
There's
Yeezys.
something. They're very stylish.
They're
Yes,
very, very
I'm-
stylish. Yes.
Very stylish. Nice. Nice. Look comfy.
They definitely look comfy.
I mean, it's very important when you're sitting at the board, to enjoy your comfort. You don't want to be disturbed by,
Absolutely.
tight boots or something like that.
But we don't have Anana t-shirt from Hikaru. Remember,
Yes,
he was
yes, we
wearing
do.
that
We
one.
have a pineapple T-shirt.
Sorry,
Right.
yes,
Yes.
pineapple. Yes.
There's some pineapples on there. Yeah, if we zoom in, there's some chess pieces. I think this is a very special, handmade and probably custom-made for Hikaru, because there's pineapples and there's chess pieces.
Yes.
I don't think there's any other brand
Two of
with
them are lucky.
pineapples and chess pieces
We'll
outside
see.
of Hikaru's brand. You can see the pineapple there.
Okay.
The yellow ones.
He's getting
Yes.
ready for the reveal. He's getting. What kind of stood out for you in this first round? I mean, it's opening round. You got the jitters. You want to get into the tournament. You know, play your way into safety, whatever.
Yeah, no, I think all players are really enjoying this type of chess, and they really would like to show the best of them, like the creativity, everything they have. And what is important to remember that they didn't need to spend time for the opening preparation, so they just came happy and fresh.
And they've got their new position.
Yes.
The reveal has been made. Oh, look at this! It's a three players sitting down, and this.
Position
Bishops on
138.
B8 and C8, Queen in the corner. That's
Yes.
okay.
Wow.
And
Queen is in the corner.
let's shuffle them up.
Wow.
Here we
Look at
go.
this.
Okay. The problem piece, Anastasiya. What for you, when you look at this position, stands out in your mind as the problem piece?
I remember from the last year that when the queen is on the corner, at some point you can really need it for your defense sometimes. You remember this game of Wesley So sacrificing his knight on f6. It actually happened because Maxim queen was on a8 and he couldn't really put it in
Back
the game.
in the
Yes.
defense.
So maybe sometimes this queen can be a problem, but probably you have some other problematic pieces. Yes.
Right, but with the queen on h1, oftentimes you're going to be playing h4, g4. So you start to think that, also the rook on g1 is a big indicator that h4 and g4 exists. And that means you're castling queenside. But then you've got these two bishops. Again, the bishop on b1, a little bit of an issue. You're going to have to end up playing c3 or c4. And there you see Gary playing b3.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you were talking about the kind of how Hikaru and Alireza are isolated from the other players. It seemed to me that Viktor Korchnoi would be going to these tournaments, and Viktor would oftentimes be the outcast, if you will, the person standing on the edges, whereas Michael Tal would be in the center of the attention.
Yes.
Like everybody would be talking with Michael Tal about anything. And Viktor would be like listening with half an ear, Anastasiya.
Yeah, I think Levon Aronian is now replacing Michael Tal, if I can say so. You know, always when he's there, having his lyrics, well, he's chatting, he's enjoying the conversation, and we are also enjoying.
Absolutely.
So Mamedyarov, and you can see how they place themselves at the board. Mamedyarov is playing white. Nepo is playing white. Wesley, on the other hand, he's actually also playing white, so that surprises me.
But they can't all go over to the right side of the table, right?
Yeah.
But maybe Wesley, because I think he was doing the same thing in the first game as well. Maybe he just feels comfortable looking from both sides of the board, especially in chess 960. I have problems looking at the Berlin from different sides of the board if I'm not used to it. I cannot imagine how difficult it is to see a new position. And, well, you have to play with the white pieces, but look at the position from the black side and prepare for it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm always trying to pay attention to is like which pawns are not protected or not protected well. So
Exactly.
I try to understand which
From
ones,
the opening
yes.
position. And indeed, from the starting position in regular chess, we always say F2 and F7 are the weakest pawns because they're only protected by the king. And I hear exactly what you're saying, Anastasiya.
I think F2 again is a problem.
And what would you guys what would you guys prioritize actually? Because I see two styles of analyzing the position. As you can see, Gary has not moved a single piece, right? They're analyzing it very narrowly, right? But on the other hand, in the game between Nepo and Wesley and Shock, they were looking at the position that was already at move 10. And they were looking for pawn sacrifices and things of that nature.
Exactly.
They're definitely analyzing the position very differently.
Like
Potentially
this.
looking at the middle game.
And knight c3.
Yeah, I mean, you have people who are natural kind of gambiteers / attackers. They don't mind giving up pawns for early development. And
So
I do
they
like
reset a little bit right now, and now they're starting anew.
I do like that opening move c2, c4 for another completely different reason. is to put the bishop on e4. Remember, you have a queen on h1.
Yes.
And you play g3. You have a
to put
battery.
pressure.
Suddenly, yeah.
Yes.
By the way, I was just going to say, I think blindfold chess is a terribly difficult challenge. I'm in awe of my colleagues that can play 4 and 6 games, 10 games of blindfold at once. Blindfold, Fischer random? No. 0 chance. I think they could do 1.
I'm not sure even simultaneous exhibition with Fischer chess.
No,
Fischer random,
no,
I mean,
no.
also
Not
sounds
happening.
crazy.
just absolutely not happening for me anyway. And there you see.
Players, they have fun. It's nice to see them like that, you know.
I think they're happy with this type of chess for the very simple reason, as you said, they don't have to prepare. They can just enjoy themselves. They're not waking up at 6 o'clock in the morning fearing that their Grunfeld is suddenly there's a novelty that was played in the Bundesliga over the weekend and their favorite variation is under duress. They could just play a new position.
Exactly. Can I ask you one question,
Please.
Yasser? I have a tricky question for you and for Cristian too.
Yes.
So, who said this phrase? Of course, if people do not want to do any work, then it is better to start the game from a random position. It was this quote was in 2001. People who do not want to do any work, then it is better to start the game from a random position. Of course, describing Fischer
Because
random.
it's so insulting. It sounds like it could be Korchnoi.
I will go with Gary. I will go with Gary.
Look at
You're going to go with?
Gary.
Gary.
Gary, yes.
Gary
Actually,
Kasparov.
our viewers can also think about it. And the second phrase, same person. Random chess lets me enjoy myself and get publicity for chess without having to disrupt my life for months of preparation. Same person said it, but in 2018.
Also Gary. It's definitely not Victor.
Yeah, Cristian is right. Actually, can you
I don't
imagine?
imagine get Korchnoi saying that. Gary said
Yes,
it.
yes.
but-
2018 was
Uh-huh.
not so
Well, I mean, now that he's retired, he's playing for fun. This is actually perfect for him because he doesn't have to prepare himself and get up to date with the latest in theory. That would be too much of a challenge. So, yeah, well.
And the first phrase, of course, we can again understand why he said this, right? Because he was working on chess so much, probably more than anyone else in the world, right?
Exactly.
I mean, his preparation, I mean, it was legendary, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. I remember just one kind of insight that I had with Gary. I had gone to Moscow. This was for the Russia versus the rest of the world. And Gary and I played Blitz. We had a Blitz match in his apartment. And he had all of these books in Russian on the bookshelves behind me. And we reached an ending. And he said, draw. And he pulled the book out of the bookshelf. He knew exactly which book and which page.
Oh.
And he flipped to it and he said, see, draw. And it was the same position we had in our Blitz match. So this was a man with a large library who used his library. It wasn't just there for good luck. So, I mean, it was very, very impressive. And by the way, just as I was asking for predictions, I think Cristian, you went with Wesley.
I went with Wesley, yes.
Yes.
Anastasiya.
I went with Fabiano.
Oh,
Yes, I have
The world
Very
champion.
nice,
I'm going to go with the
Bobby.
world champion, Wesley So.
Yes.
Okay.
Both of you were
I
against
went
me.
with Wesley. I had kind of made that decision before you so rudely.
I gave you the chance to
That
pick
is true.
first, Yasser.
Yeah, that is true. You certainly did. And once again, Firouzja chose Hikaru.
Ah, yes, Varujan,
Yes,
yes, he took
yeah.
Hikaru. Absolutely right.
Not a great start
I mean,
for
I
Firouzja.
really admire Firouzja. People don't realize what kind of courage it takes for him to come out and time again shame himself in front of our entire
Last time I picked up Hikaru, he lost 2 games in a row. So I'm not decided.
That's why you didn't choose Gary. You didn't want to.
No. Don't want to people to hate me so much.
Exactly.
Fabi, he's good guy. Normally he will not
Right.
beat me.
Oh.
By the way, guys, a cool thing about this position, maybe we
Yeah.
can see it on your board, Yasser, is that
Yes.
e4 at move 1 for white actually already is worse, apparently.
E4 for white?
E4,
What?
yeah. just the move e4.
What
It's
about
going
it?
to lead to a worse position for white.
No.
Yeah. It's by far the most played move in this position according to the lead chess 960 database.
Okay.
But it's a bad move because the queen on h1 is actually going to have some problems getting
you're
up.
right. Yes, it closes diagonal.
Not only that, but also the bishop on b1. So you see, there's some very interesting geometry being
Right.
involved.
So you're thinking, how can Bobby Fischer's E4 best by test? How can it be a bad move? So what Cristian is saying, Anastasiya, why don't you play E4, the bishop on B1 and queen on H1 potentially is blocked.
Blocked, yes, maybe in
The-
some situations, yes. So, I don't know.
I must say, I like C2, C4 for another reason. First of all, I'm an English player by trade. But secondly, I like the idea of bringing the knight to C3, putting, if I can, the pawn on D4, and this bishop is ready to rock, and this bishop is, and the same thing for black, by the way. Black, oftentimes it's a good idea to match your opponent's moves, C2, C4. What do you think about D4?
D4 move, yes, D4. So then, I don't...
So those were the games, I think, that we were seeing Nepo and Wesley and Shakhriyar were
Yes.
kind of looking at a Queen's Gambit accepted kind of position. With,
Sounds funny, yes.
you see? you
Yes,
see
yes,
that
they're
black
checking
pawn on
that
C4?
one, yes.
That's what
That's
I
how they
meant by
started,
the Queen's
d4,
Gambit.
d5, c4, I think.
Pardon me?
I think that's how they started their analysis. But you see, once again, they're so deep into the position, right?
Right?
Yes. I think it's
They
good
have
to
a
go
very
through
different
those
style
moves.
of analysis.
Even though they're very deep, I think it gives some ideas, like what actually both sides are going to do, and maybe they get more ideas you get easier for you to play later on, other than to focus only on a couple of first moves.
Right. By the way, just to follow, I think, a little bit of their analysis, after takes, oops, I've got something going on, E5. Check this one out. He takes G5. So the idea is that the move G5 stops bishop F4, then that, and you want to retake, you want to recapture with the queen.
And I was looking for my knight to put it on F3, but,
Yes,
but
exactly,
there is
yeah.
no knight.
Exactly. This is a kind of an indication of one of those positions, by the way, where sometimes you bring out your queen early and you think to yourself, okay, it's very natural to attack the queen. And then, again, just because of the Fischer random position, sometimes it turns out it's not so easy to chase the queen down. Like, it just kind of hangs out.
Yeah, and look at this knight on F8 protecting H7 pawn.
I like that. Keep your eye on the pawns.
Yes.
The training is working.
Yes.
Training is working.
So let's
Okay.
go back a couple of moves after this G5 idea.
Pardon me?
So
After
you want to
G5.
play E5 and sacrifice the pawn like that, yeah?
Yeah. It's a very...
But what if I take advantage? Well, let's wait and see, because I think we're just about to start the games.
Yes.
And once more, do the honors for us. And what can our audience expect for round two, Anastasiya?
The pairings are here. We can see once again Wesley So plays against Alireza Firouzja in the second round. Shahriar Mamedyarov versus Fabiano Caruana. Garry Kasparov against Hikaru Nakamura. Jan Nepomniachtchi has Levon Aronian. And Dominguez plays against Peter Svidler.
We have so many good choices, but let's use Jan and Levon as our marquee matchup, because after all, they are one of the three co-leaders in the tournament as these two players match one another. By the way, this is a big time matchup, as, I mean, Nepo is ready to do what Levon never was able to do. Even though Levon became the #2 rated player in the world for a number of years, he never challenged for the World Championship
Which
title.
is very pity for his fans, of course.
Of course.
But yeah, I mean,
And
Well-
Nepo's getting ready for his second challenge, Cristian.
Nepo, not only that he challenged in classical chess, but he also challenged in chess 960
Exactly.
for the World Championship match. He actually played in that 2019 tournament, the finals against Wesley So.
Exactly, the semifinals.
Semifinals.
No, the
yes,
semifinals he won against Fabiano.
No, but then there was a final between Magnus and Wesley.
No,
Right?
no. Magnus and Wesley. Magnus lost in the semifinals against Wesley, wasn't it? Maybe no. I think you guys are right. I think you guys are right.
So there was a final, yes, and I think he lost in semifinals yes, at that time.
Yes. So Magnus beat Fabiano in the semifinals.
Yeah.
By the way, D4.
What I remember is just crazy score that Wesley won against
Yeah,
Magnus.
I mean,
Actually,
it was an
the only thing I
obliteration. It was
remember.
unbelievable. By the way, D4, G6, C3, defending the pawn, and E5. The same
Normal.
kind of, not mine, I was following the analysis of the players. We see Levon not disturbed developing his queen early because he understands that White's development will not
So
exploit.
knight G3, but
Yeah,
isn't
that's
this
a really,
bit-
really creative approach.
The queen on E5 in the middle of the board.
But what's the queen
but
on H1
nobody,
doing?
But nobody can attack the queen.
What's the queen on H1 doing though?
Right.
Generally, you would love to play G4, right?
Sure.
And get the queen out, or G3 perhaps. But knight to G3, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of this move.
Funnily enough, it feels to
Yes.
me like black has an edge
Already.
at the three. Like what? Like what? Can you do? Is that for real? I like D5, just opening up the bishop and prepping further development. Take some squares.
Yeah, I mean, also this queen on e5, it looks really dangerous in some variations if you castle. I know that h1 queen is supporting h2 pawn. I was thinking about
Right.
some ideas with d5, but yeah, this queen is actually
Knight.
the only thing it's doing.
Maybe there was a vague idea of E4 and F4, and knight came to defend the F4 square. But immediately, by the way, that came fast. Castles.
Oh,
I think, by the way, they call this, of the 960 positions, this is position 138. So the theory develops.
38. Yes.
It does because we already have some novelties in the game. Yes.
A7, A5,
Knight
kind of
F
like the Joko
E6.
piano.
Knight Fe6 was already a novelty apparently.
Knight Fe6 was the novel.
All the way back to move 4.
What was previously played?
C6 and F5.
F5.
Yes, by actually one player in particular played 2 games with the white pieces. Gary 1004. Gary
Sounds suspicious.
1004 played this game with the white pieces twice and actually has a brilliant score, 2-0. So he's definitely, let's say, the specialist of this 138 Fischer random position.
The specialist. I like that. A5 and bishop A7. Levon understood, of course, that the bishop on B8 is the problem piece. He wanted it out. Nepo says, well, I've got problems too. I've got a knight on D1 that needs a life, and I've got a bishop on B1 that I'm probably just going to
But
put on
Yasser,
C2.
how about the queen on H1?
Still is there.
Yeah.
What's happening with that queen on H1?
I found
later.
fantastic variation. If knight could move from g3, then knight e2 would be checkmate.
Yes.
But knight cannot
Yes.
move anywhere. That's so white cannot blunder it.
Well,
just-
imagine this. You go rook d1,
Yes.
and then you go... So let's say black is to move. Instead of d6, just let's make a couple
Yes.
of moves. h5. Rook d1. Make space for the knight on f1. h4. Knight f1.
Thank you, Christian.
Finally, the knight e2 is coming on the board.
You helped to create this fantastic position.
Now, what you do at the end of those games is, you say to your opponent, you made it hard. You played very well. It was tough game, tough fight. D7, D6. Now we know that the smothered mate is on tap.
Good idea, h5, h4, actually, by Christian.
h5, h4.
Maybe it's a threat sometimes.
H5 definitely is going to be met by H4, right? But then
Yes.
maybe G5 and an attack is brewing on
No,
the
but-
king side, right?
Then you help queen to get out. I like this queen on H1.
But then there's once the rook went to a7 to recapture, Levon completely lost any chances of h5, g4 attacks because his king's not going to stay in the center, and he's not castling.
He did
queenside.
castle, rook to E1, castle short side.
Yes. And you're right. It's time. Whether it's h4 or h3 and queen h2 and knight e2, it's time. You can't play a game of chess without the queen.
But that's the thing. Right now, the position is starting to resemble a game of chess,
True.
of classical chess,
Yes.
with the exception that your queen is on H1.
Right?
So you might go H4 and try all those type of situations, but my pieces are coming out nicely. Knight E6 or knight to C6 as well. The only problem I have is with the rook on A7. I really don't like this idea of A5 the way Levon played. But I still prefer black.
It might find life.
B5 maybe.
B5.
I don't know. I was thinking about it because like to take control over C4 square, and maybe sometimes you can put the rook. You can include the rook inside by moving C pawn as well.
And utilizing the C file. Yeah.
And by the way, guys, it
Right?
seems like Wesley is really taking over in his game against Ali Reza. Let's take a look
Whoa,
at
whoa,
that
whoa.
one.
We'll start from the top.
Oops.
That was D4, D6, E5, G4, G5. Uh-oh, I think I lost after the first three moves. What happened next?
Well, that's it.
That's
Actually,
it?
D takes E5 was just played. Queen takes E5.
It's an improvement.
And I think
maybe.
we're waiting for a move by Wesley. Knight to D2, trying to go to F3, attack the queen, or to C4. But take a look at this. So instead of taking on E5, a very intriguing move by the engine, proposed by the engine. I really like this move. It makes sense once you see it. Is bishop to F5.
Right?
Let's exchange the light square bishops. But more importantly, what I'm doing after bishop
Sorry.
takes F5, you cannot stop the trade of the bishops unless you go knight D7, and that's really, really passive. You don't want to play like that.
And
So if you
B7.
take on F5, and then I take back with the G pawn.
Whoa, 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 whoa,
Could
whoa,
you
whoa,
take
whoa,
on
whoa,
B7?
whoa, whoa.
No. There's a knight on D8. There's a knight
This
on
is
D8,
like how you're
guys.
blind, yes? Wow.
But I take on
in
F5.
such moments for us, it's good morning, St. Louis, by the
Yeah,
way.
absolutely, yes. Like, I absolutely forgot this knight on D8. This is all about Fischer, and like, you don't expect pieces to be so rare.
I like the pawn on F5, though.
It keeps the knights
Yes.
away from the right squares. You cannot go knight
Exactly.
G6, you cannot go knight to E6,
And G5 is hanging.
and the queen is still blocked. Yeah, you can take the
Oh,
pawn on
I think that was a
D4.
missed opportunity.
Big missed opportunity. Still, after taking on E5 and knight to D2, knight to F3, it still feels like white is definitely having the initiative in this one. And I do like this setup with the pawn on G4 and G5 for white, because very often, especially with the queen still on H1 and your queen is not on H8 anymore, I can go with the move H4
Right.
and immediately put pressure on the pawn on G5. So the prospects are definitely looking good for the white side in this one.
By the way, that F5 square is like a siren calling. I'm thinking knight E3, knight F5.
Yep.
Also, maybe with your idea of recapturing even, not with the bishop, which is fine, but even with the pawn. Knight F5, pardon me, the F5 square is really looking good for Wesley.
And I like this move that you just mentioned, knight to E3. Why not? Let's keep
Exactly.
going.
Let's just make a quick trip around the stage and see what we've got. We've got Shakhriyar versus Fabi. This is like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted. We do have G3, as this queen is looking to tickle its way into the game. I don't know. This looks like a difficult one. Again, the Wesley So game that we just seen. We're going to come to a Lanier versus Peter Svidler. Again, we're seeing echoes from the various boards, right? A5, bishop comes to A7, G4 again, G6. In this case, not giving up the F5 square by Peter. Continuing, this is the Levon. We're going to come right back to it but especially also the Garry Kasparov versus Hikaru Nakamura. Again, wasn't it Hikaru who opened up with G4 in the first game?
Yes.
Got in trouble.
Got in trouble early on, yes.
What is going on here?
But this
First
time-
impressions are that white has really improved. This queen is at home. This queen,
Yes.
I don't know. It feels
Working
like
well.
Gary got the upper hand in this one, Christian.
Oh, absolutely. It's I think it's still complex.
Sure.
Definitely, there's no immediate weaknesses outside of the pawn on h7, but still, I have that guarded nicely. Knight on f8, queen on h8. My queen is not stuck on h8 anymore, so I did get my g5 in. It's not as easy to say that you're just simply winning with white pieces right
No,
now. It's
no,
still
no.
complex.
What about this bishop on c1? How are we going to develop?
I see d4.
Probably d4 and
d4 is an option.
Bishop bishop d2. In the rather immediate future, the reason I like white's position, I like the structure. I like the fact that white's pawn on g4 controls more squares, and this pawn on h7 has been split and isolated. So like the great Capablanca, you know, pawn islands are important in those types of things. World champion.
How do we feel
Gary.
about knight g6 coming in, though?
Yes, knight g6 right on cue. I think that's a very strong move because it's a tempo for development that compels me. I have to move my queen, right? Queen
Let's go knight
goes to
c6.
h4.
I really want to hide my king on the queen side. Try to move the bishops away and then make
Knight
the long
c6,
pass.
yeah.
Knight c6, yes.
And then I guess d4. And
So you do go d4.
I can imagine both of us are going to be making great efforts
Yes,
to
yeah,
get our
yeah.
kings to safety.
And I think knight g6 was played.
Knight g6 was
I
played?
think so.
No, that's my analysis board.
No, but I do see a knight. I think a knight is on g6.
Yes.
Ah, knight g6.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
You know, I would like to put maybe one day this knight on h5 from g3 to h5, but now we have to make this decision where to put the queen.
So you mean
Yes. I don't know, maybe, but I
to
don't
leave
see
the queen-
the best square now, the other square. I don't want
Yeah.
to put my queen on h3 or somewhere in this area, but I mean,
Okay.
if I had a chance to put the knight on h5, it probably would look nice there.
the other thing, again, by just leaving the queen, he did go queen h5, by leaving the one day rook h1 will hurt the feelings. Queen h5, and what do you think? Is it one of the great temptations in Fischer Random, at least I found, is this desire to attack early. And sometimes way before you've made any developing moves, you start trying to go on the offensive with a move like knight e5. Maybe
see.
it's a little bit awkward for us to defend the f3 square. In this
By the
case-
way, guys,
Yes?
don't want to interrupt.
No, please,
but
jump in.
Levon is in big trouble. He's getting checkmated right now.
Who? What?
Take a look at that queen. Landed on f6, your queen is on b2 secluded
What?
from
What's going on
your
H6?
defense. And
Hey.
h6 is coming.
Yes.
Look, I'm telling you, honest engine, the last time I saw this position, there was a queen on h1, Anastasiya. I mean, I don't know how it got to f6, but
Wow.
I
So
want
we
whatever that guy's having for lunch.
It's
F5.
black
Okay,
put
but what
into
if I just
H5?
simply go h6?
Probably
When we left it about these parts, and let's catch up quickly with the players. So Levon won pawn hunting.
Also, by the way, can't I just trap the queen with rook to b1?
That's
here,
After
rook
this
b1.
last move, rook to a5?
Rook b1 on white's agenda, most definitely. Rook a5, so here's an opportunity, just as Christian is saying. Well, oh, sorry. Good morning, St. Louis. Once again, I was thinking,
Yeah, me too,
why
but
not
knight
just
is on
check?
the 6, yes, but we didn't
There's
see
still
the
a knight.
position.
There's still a defender, right?
We
Let's
didn't-
kill
we
that.
didn't see it.
But hey, I
Yes.
mean, blunder alert. There is rook f1. Pardon me, rook e1 to b1.
Probably just have to give up the queen with queen takes c2 and hope for the best, but
Good luck with that.
I'm also
That's-
picking up the b7 pawn at the end.
That's
so-
the problem. The rook wins a pawn and lands actively on the 7th rank. That looks like a blunder.
You know, it seems to me what happened in this game is that Levin was trying to use the fact that queen was out and created
Yes.
something on the queen side. A little bit he forgot what's happening on the king side at that moment, and the white king came back to the office, let's say. So I'm not sure. Maybe he could stop all this play by just playing h5. The move we discussed with you, Yasser, you were
Before,
proposing for black to play even h5 earlier in the game.
Right.
So, but now it's
But
really far.
But this was a very cool motif, I think, from the white side, because if you do take on c2, which maybe he missed, so if you do take on c2 after queen to f6,
Ah, yes.
knight e6,
Oh, sorry,
because you have
90?
to defend the knight
yes,
on f4, right?
I thought you were going to take on c2 and give up the knight on c4.
Well,
Sorry.
you can take it right now and be a full piece up, but after knight g4, you're getting mated.
Knight goes to h6.
There's no way to defend. You can go h6, but you are going to get mated after knight takes h6, knight takes f7. There's no way you're surviving that one.
Exactly. And by the way, we do have that queen trap. And Jan said, thank you very much. I'll take the queen. After queen f6, rook a5 may be a mistake, but this is what Cristian was saying. It's black is already too late. Knight g4 and knight h6 mate on tap. Rook a5, and we catch up with the players. We're anticipating rook takes b7. But once more, Anastasiya, let me just be 100% sure that we're right about this. If he had played bishop takes c2, knight g4, I do have knight g7. Not that I'm a happy camper.
Yes, I got the idea that two pieces cannot be on h6 at the same time, yes?
Yeah.
Like, not, if you push h6, you go back, yes? If you play knight h6, I go king h8,
h8.
and then what?
Exactly. I can take the knight, so I get,
Yes.
and I can also take this pawn. So I think that's
Looks
what we.
scary. Yes,
yeah,
looks-
this is probably scary.
Checkmate is...
I have to
here.
defend the mate. Oops, excuse me. And
Okay,
then
8, yes.
I got this, or I got h6. So probably bishop takes c2 would have lost, and he had Levon had to accept the loss of his queen. Pardon me. Right here, he played the move rook a5, and we are up to date with the players. Rook takes b7 on the board. More bad things happening. Knight takes. I
Yes,
guess
so
rook.
now-
Oh,
now the
bishop
king
b,
is
bishop
exposed.
e4.
Ah, no, rook h5.
I thought no. Once again, there's no mate on g7. So bishop e4, rook b4. So here we may just want to take a timeout to keep this bishop under wraps. This looks terrible,
The conclusion.
Cristian.
It does.
It looks like just
really does.
material.
I mean, you don't. First of all, you don't have a way to actively involve your rook on f8, and that's a problem, right?
Right.
I'm going to go rook to c1, kick the bishop away, rook to b1, exchange the rooks on the b file. You just don't have enough material.
Exactly.
Two pieces, but you don't have any weaknesses that you can coordinate an attack with those extra pieces, right? And my queen is still on f6, very close to your king. That's creating some danger, combined with the fact that I might as well put the rook on b8 at times and create a lot of problems on the 8th rank. It's
Right.
not looking good
No.
for
No.
black. He's going to try, of course. It's going to be a game, but most likely there's not enough compensation. Let's take a look at what's happening in Shaq versus Fabiano, because that's a really funny looking position. It looks like some sort of a QGA or like a Catalan, but there's no bishop on g2. There's a queen that could potentially have been fianchettoed on g2. It's a funny looking position, I have to
It's
say. It
very
looks like a chess position, but not really.
I like Black's last move, chaos.
C5, let's go.
C5. Let's open up the diagonal. Let's exploit the fact that the knight on c3 is currently undefended, and
And
I'm
it
not going to
makes
give
sense,
you
right?
time to play bishop a3 and maybe stop that move c6, c5.
It makes sense. I like this move c5. Knight on
How to
d8 now
defend.
finally has the c6 square. But not only that, you also open up some jobs for the bishop on b8.
Right.
If we exchange the pawns from c5 to d4, bishop e5 is coming on the board. You might have some problems on the long diagonal. I like this move c5, and I think it's definitely Fabiano, black, who is to be preferred in this one.
Cannot see the move now for white. Like if you play something like knight b5, I mean, then like bishop d5. Like I don't know what's going on.
I think
like,
it's one of those
d5, knight c6 maybe.
things, Anastasia, that the crazy part about Fischer Random
Yes.
is it makes you want to sacrifice things, you know, like whether you like to or not. I don't know what I'm going to sacrifice. Like,
Yes.
for example, just imagine I take,
And he
it takes, and I start to think, okay, I'll take, queen takes, and now I just need to
Yes, bring the
start,
pieces here. Yes.
you know, bringing as many pieces to the king side as I can, and,
Yes.
you know, let's go. Let's have
But yeah, bishop
a
is-
chaos.
This actually looks good, right? But what if I, after taking on d4 and take
bishop
back,
b3 or what?
what if I go knight c6? Is that a move?
In this moment,
Knight
Right
c6
now, knight
here.
c6.
Yeah.
but okay, now that my knight is actually defended,
You do have d5, yes.
that's what I was thinking.
And I was thinking, how much
Knight.
pressure do I get if I go knight d4? I really like that knight in the center.
That's
I have some ideas, a bishop to g4 to follow up, maybe knight to e2.
That's a powerful knight, no question about it.
Maybe just play for initiative.
But
Instead of
you
material.
are blundering a pawn.
Wait, you
I
really
must
want to
have-
take that pawn on e7?
Oh,
But bishop
wait.
h3 maybe.
Yeah, sir, this is Fischer Random. You cannot be greedy.
You cannot be sure in anything. Here.
No,
Can
no,
I go
no.
bishop h3?
Bishop
Bishop
h3.
Threatening your rook now.
Ooh, remember I was saying that. No, I
But
can't.
then you-
no, I can't.
Sacrifice.
I can't sacrifice.
Yeah, knight e4 after.
It's a wild position. I'm
It
not
is.
sure what's happening here.
Yes.
I was dreaming.
27
I was
minutes.
dreaming that I could do crazy things on the long diagonal. By the way,
They're
we
following
do
by
have
variation.
b3 takes c4. Now the key moment: knight c6, double-edged, or queen takes d4 for Fabi. This is
Go, Fabi, go. Yes.
Go,
Knight
go.
c4, queen d4, do something. Is it?
right, right.
It's fun position to play. Yes.
But by the way,
Yes.
so queen takes d4. I do like this move because if you do go knight d4, I think I can force the trade of the queens with bishop g4, right?
Oh. I definitely needed the queens on the board for a compensation.
It's funny that you don't have any squares. Actually, you can go queen h1 back or queen g2, of course. But queen h1
I
is
just came
more
from
fun.
h1. Are you sure I would? I don't know if I want to go back. Queen takes d4. I played. Well, boy, I need help on this one, Anastasia.
Yes, let's check.
I'm not quite feeling this position for white. Just it. Can
I just understand that, yeah, when knight b3, but then c4.
C4 is
Pawn is-
hanging.
Something is wrong, right, with the position?
Yes. Yeah. It's
It
not
seems
us.
normal, yes, it looks normal, but somehow...
It's not us. There's just something wrong with the position. We're going to complain to the producers of our
Yes.
show. Like,
And to
how-
Bobby Fischer as well.
How
Yes.
dare you do that? Now, what happened with the game between our two leaders? When we left it, Levon had got his queen trapped, and
Ah, look.
he won back an exchange. But boy, he shed 2 pawns doing it.
He's
Yes.
trying to
The rook
construct
and
some
bishop.
sort of a blockade.
Fortress.
but-
Yes, maybe, or like rook c4, rook c8.
Rook
But
c4,
okay, so let's
rook
go
c8.
e5. And that's the reason why I don't think it's going to work specifically for
Rook
rook e3.
e3. I think this is prepping. Obviously, we would love to have our rook far more active, so he's going to stop that, of course.
He's going f4. He's trying to
F4.
potentially go rook to h3 and maybe checkmate on the h file.
Well, you've got to play for the dark squares because the light square, this bishop is doing a fantastic
Covering,
job, yes, defending f7, but more importantly, stopping you from advancing your passer. So you've got to start introducing a different front, f5, f6. I think still work to be done.
yes, yes.
But I do
Bravo,
like the
Levon.
way he plays it. Rook to e3, very nicely defending the pawn on c3. There is no entry on the c file for your rooks. It just feels like a very controlled demolition of black's position right now.
Very nice. Let's jump to Gary and Hikaru, and we left it By the way, what's the times of the players, Anastasiya?
Yes, I think Gary is down to 5 minutes at the moment, which is like...
Hikaru is noted for his extraordinary skills in when he's got the advantage on the clock. By the way, Gary's done pretty good. I mean, the only thing, if I had only one complaint about White's position, is like my king should be on A1, you know, where it's very nice and safe. But
it's like a castle, no?
Yes.
Okay.
From a structure point of view, the H7 pawn is tender. F6 squares, very nicely controlled by the knight on a G4. So White has his grip, but
I like it, yes. The position looks
only question is, what if Black plays a role of a spoiler and tries to break out? Again, that king on E1, if you don't play E5, by the way, I think you're just going to die.
But
I mean,
E5, can I take
some
on
horrible
D5?
slow death. Christian, jump in.
Let's take on D5 after E5.
After E5?
Yes, D5.
Sure.
Take on D5.
Take on D5.
Why
Yes. Pawn is hanging.
not? I mean, you can take on D4, but
The
if you take, I take
desirable-
back, and that's a check. So
That's a check.
doesn't
Oh my
help that
gosh, so
much.
does it mean I have to preface? No.
You can continue. You can take on D4. Maybe it's not that bad.
Take
Take
on
on
D4.
I do have some really... Oh, but Queen H2 might be a problem
Oh.
now.
Really?
Queen H2, if you take on G4, I
C7,
have
yes.
not only Queen C7, but also Knight B6.
Mate,
There's a lot of mates coming on
Yes.
the board.
that is,
And you don't have Knight E5, because then I just simply take on E5 and the bishop on E7 is hanging.
right.
Yeah,
right.
this is...
Though, that's
So
an
you cannot do
overloaded,
Yes, and Queen
that's
F5,
overloaded
yes.
knight on C6 there. Oh, that's...
Queen H2
Yeah,
was
yeah.
a beautiful move, actually. Yes, the queen is jumping on the queen side.
Ooh, does that, if Hikaru has to play, we would say the miserable move, Rook G7, I mean, this is just wonderful
But
for
just
Gary.
1 second, is Queen takes H7 a threat?
Good question to ask every time somebody threatening anything.
So, for example, King B8, do your worst.
And
Yes.
maybe
I'll
I can
do
just
my
simply take on
worst.
G5, yeah.
And
By the way, he did play Rook G7.
Rook G7 he
Rook
played.
G7, I think, is on the board.
Rook G,
Okay,
miserable
Gary should
move.
be happy now with
Oh,
his position.
very
absolutely.
happy. Rook G7, a miserable move.
Rook G7.
And now we are anticipating, get your king out of dodge, and then once you've taken care of the king, then you can start thinking about F4.
I really like Knight F6 also.
And complete control. You really have your grip, a positional grip for Gary here.
And the engines, not that they matter too much in chess 960, because the positions are so chaotic, they don't like Rook G7.
I don't like Rook G7.
Rook G7 seems to be quite passive indeed.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have liked King B8 in the suggestion you made there, Christian. Is it a threat? Queen takes H7. I don't think.
Funnily enough, the computer actually wanted to go F5. So you had the right idea. Try to
break
break
out.
through, try to activate your pieces.
And it would
but
be
with the
style
move
of
F5.
Nakamura.
Yes. Maybe a missed opportunity.
What about
Anastasiya.
en passant? Is it working?
It definitely works.
At least it works. Just to check.
I think you're permitted to go to the arbiters. Excuse me, just one small detail.
Yes. Actually, it took players some time to understand all these rules. Yesterday, they were analyzing for quite a while, right? I mean,
Right.
do this castling and that one. And
Okay, we do have Rook G7
Yes.
on the board. We do have a passive position. Gary looks in good shape. What about our
But not in
tournament
good
lead?
shape on time.
yeah,
That might be
quick.
problematic. He's dropping down to his last 4 minutes right now.
I think this is actually the problem as you get older and your understanding of chess is really, really great, but it's tough making these executive decisions.
I don't think it's necessarily a getting older thing, but actually not being active. Because you see Vishy Anand, right? He's fairly active. He
Yes.
still plays fast. He still plays according to his instincts. Gary, I mean, his instincts are definitely right on par with the greatest out there. right? But he's not as active. So
Right.
maybe he doesn't trust his intuition as much.
Right.
And especially couple that with the fact that you're seeing completely new positions from the get-go.
Right.
Well, it becomes a difficult task.
Exactly, and here he is, Anastasiya. You
So-
see, ooh.
Maybe that's why
2
Hikaru
minutes,
played rook
3
g7.
minutes.
Maybe he feels that it's difficult for Gary, let's say, to play moves. Actually, a3, I thought about maybe the idea before, but I was a little bit shy to propose it.
No, don't be shy.
But maybe it's a
I
different
mean,
idea. Maybe a3 is just to...
We have two ultra-aggressive grandmasters on set, ready to jump at the A3. Oh, could you play?
And before.
such
I
a
wanted to
good-
play before, but it's not possible without a3.
Okay, clearly Gary played A3 with the intention of playing bishop C2 and preserving the bishop.
That's
it's
the one,
strange.
of course,
I
I
was
think.
thinking bishop C2, inviting knight B4, it's all yours. I would castle and go ahead and take the bishop.
Really? You were ready to give up this bishop?
This light squared
Okay.
bishop. Because what do you have on the other side of the board? You have a really wonderful light squared bishop that's not bothering me in the least. But Gary is, you know, one of these classical players, right?
Maybe
He
bishop D3.
believes in, exactly, he believes in the two bishops. I was thinking A3 was maybe preparing bishop D3, but Gary kind of shaking his head, and we have a result. We do have, not a surprise, Jan with his extra queen. Well,
Yes,
extra
for rook and
queen is-
bishop, but still, like,
Yeah.
good position. He actually played what you predicted, Yasser. He
This-
moved his pawns forward and simply
And this
used dark squares.
dark squares. This bishop is great. I'm not going to kill you on f7, but I'm going to
Yes.
kill you on g7 in the
Yes.
dark squares. Well done.
What a great understanding. Without calculating moves, you just said the whole
There
plan.
you go. And there we
Wow.
have it. Bishop c2 in the game of Gary, down to 2 minutes. But what's Hikaru's time, Anastasiya?
Yeah, I mean, he had like 12 minutes. Now he has a
9
bit
minutes
less
right
than
now.
10, so 9 minutes in total.
Huge
Yes,
advantage.
It's a lot. 6 minutes
on time. And that's
more.
very common, I must say, for Hikaru. He's used to having much more time than his opponent. By the way, I still, even though I can, quarrel a little bit about A3 and bishop C2, Gary's in great shape. If he makes a move castle, F4, king B1, we have a kind of a Slav type of position, an exchange Slav, where white has a grip. Pretty good, Christian.
Absolutely. He needs to get that f4 in and not allow the breakthrough with e5. If he manages to do that, his position just plays itself.
You have a different position behind you. What have you been looking at?
I was looking at this crazy game between Wesley So and Firouzja. Both of these players are down to their last 5 minutes and a completely insane position. So many pieces
castle.
hanging. Bishop takes g5 was the last move. f6 has to be played because otherwise I'm just simply going to recapture on e4. I'm going to be a pawn up and your king is not going anywhere. That's a big problem. You cannot castle with the bishop on g5. So you do have to take immediate action and play the move f6. And then it does seem that after knight takes e5, and this has to be very carefully calculated by both players. Queen takes e5, bishop drops back to e3. We see the battle between the two knights versus the two bishops. I do like the fact, and I have to say I do prefer white's position. The king seems to be much safer for white.
Right.
Now, on f1, it doesn't seem like you have too many problems. You can throw in a check with queen to b5, but then I just simply go king to g2. You still have to calculate so well in the position. For example, this is a really cool move, knight to h4. And it's the only way to get out of this
Right.
bind. You need to find a way to hide your king. You can do that by going knight h4, take on f5, take advantage of the pin on the g file, and then later on castle, which seems to lead to more or less a complex situation. Nevertheless, you have to find all of this with 5 minutes on the clock as Firouzja. If you don't, the king stays stuck in the center and you are in deep trouble.
Great. You know your guy. Fabi played exactly your suggestion there, Christian. After e3 takes d4, knight c6, and I just kind of flashed through the position. I was thinking to myself, Fabi's taken control, and look what he did. Remember we were talking about the battery,
Yes, yes.
bishop coming to e4? Well, Fabi
we
got
have
it on the other side. And as I'm looking at the position, with control, I like Fabi's control of the position. very much. I think he also has a big advantage on time. Shaq down to
His last 1 minute and 30 seconds.
1 minute
Yeah,
and 30
that's
seconds, right.
a lot of
See that
pressure
little
for
green
Fabiano.
little box?
Ah, yes, yes.
It's that as tiny as they can make it.
Yes, I cannot make it too.
I think they're trying to invoke a premature blindness on my
Next
on my
time,
side.
my glasses. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, now we can see it. It's only 1 minute left for
There's a
Shakir.
nice view.
No.
There you see. And ticking, Anastasiya.
Great position, great play from Fabiano. I just said, you remember, Fabi go. That's the only thing I could
Yes,
tell without
yes.
variations, but sending him
on.
some energy. You know, he's my peak, so I have to do something.
Okay. And who did you pick again?
For me,
Fabi,
yes,
yeah,
yes, yes.
okay.
So that's why.
I got you down here.
But actually, you know, in social media all the time, the viewers, the fans of Fabi, they keep saying this all the time, like, go Fabi, go.
Go,
like,
go,
so,
Fabi.
let's
Like
see.
cheerleading or something.
Yes.
By the way, now that you mention it, you're here, of course, on set here in studio doing. Our poor people on social media, they're collapsing without you. Who's taken your place?
Everything is under control. We have Kostya
Everything.
Kavutsky, who is now taking care of social media.
Very good.
So he's a really great international master and has
Yes.
great experience. He will take care of everything. Yes, sir. He's following our broadcast all the time, and he knows everything about social media.
And to our audience, if you want to subscribe to our social media, how do they do that? How do they
course.
ask questions? How do they, Anastasiya, let them know.
Of course, I mean, you can see this sign, St. Louis Chess Club. Yes, so you just actually go and you subscribe and you follow our accounts on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. We have them everywhere. So what is more useful for you? Just go subscribe and follow the news. Sometimes some backstage information and videos, you can also see them
Yes.
in our accounts.
Wonderful. Just checking in on the game between Lanier and Peter. Again, that kind of flew under our radar a bit. Just does look like Lanier is enjoying a very nice advantage of some extra pawns. He's just played the move e4, has Lanier. I assume he's going to follow it up with f2, f4, even at the cost of a pawn and some activity. White's trying to, win this game.
Yeah, Linear has 2 extra pawns, right? You have,
Sure.
that's important in night endings. I mean, it's a big advantage. And don't forget that
important in chess.
absolutely in normal chess
In
too.
normal chess too.
And don't forget that Linear actually won this tournament in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he's the winner. He's the
defending champion.
Yes.
Bravo, Lanier.
Great job.
You were mentioning, Christian, that Wesley So and Firouzja
That one is.
were playing crazy, but they didn't follow your advice.
Well, they didn't. Yes. It does seem
Shame
like
on them.
Firouzja didn't, not Wesley.
Yeah, Firouzja
Firouzja
didn't.
didn't.
He
He did not
didn't
play
play
that
the
move
move
F6.
F7, F6.
Difficult move to make. I'm not going to lie. It's a very difficult move to make. You have to see this whole queen b5, queen takes f5 idea.
Right.
It's not easy. And if you don't see that, you understand that your king stays forever in the center, and that's not good news.
Exactly.
So what you're trying to do is keep the knight on e6 so that the king can finally castle, right? But it's not possible. And this is exactly what's happening because of this move rook to d1 that Wesley just played a couple of moves ago. Keep the king blocked in the center. This is all that his play is surrounding around. That
Right.
is the fact that you cannot allow black to castle and put the king to safety.
But now I'm looking at the position, how can white take advantage of the fact that in reality, any trade of the rooks, black is now ready to make a beeline to the king, queen side, I beg your pardon.
So I'm a pawn up right now.
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Yes.
Perhaps even I can trade and then go queen to e3 and try to
And
the other
withdraw the
side,
queen.
perhaps.
Yeah, because you had mentioned previously there is a queen b5 check that white should pay attention to, right?
yeah.
So rook takes, king takes. If you want to go queen e3,
Queen e3, maybe pick up a pawn, but you do
now-
have some ideas with knight to f4.
exactly. I
this
do. That's basically the good news in black's position. The f4 square is an ideal
for
square
this
for a
knight,
knight.
yes.
Yeah. extra pawn, but maybe good chances for Wesley. Let's just jump to the game of Hikaru for a second, because once again, after a3, bishop c2, Gary definitely struggling with his decisions.
Yeah, so e5 was played, so Hikaru tried to do something, right, in the center.
Right.
He didn't like, probably,
What was going
combination.
on. Again, this rook on g7 makes an absolutely atrocious... And Lanier and Peter, I think Lanier must have
Linear
won.
one, yes.
Yes.
Yes, the extra
Okay.
pawns. And again, Gary, what's his time? I hate to
Gary's
ask.
down to his last minute.
Last minute, F2,
minute,
F3,
yes. It's
trying
very
to break
tense.
up the team.
I like this move.
I love this move, because this move really does open up the bishop. Any captures, recapture should be favorable. But once again, I'm still... I still feel like my king belongs on b1.
Absolutely, but you have time to get there.
That's good.
So queen takes e7. Finally, the queen moved from h8, queen to d8.
Queen to d8.
Oh.
A return to
And
civilization.
That was the idea of move rook g7, because now queen can go to d8.
Great. I'm
Great.
just not so sure how great it is. Okay,
So let's
now
do
it's time.
what you wanted to do. for so long.
Castles followed by e4.
Knight g3. He's going towards h5 or f5. He's trying to put some pressure, immediate pressure on the rook on g7.
G3.
Yeah, because this rook, where it goes, the rook.
That's very materialistic, isn't
Yes,
it?
yes. And
I should
like
like
it.
it.
Yes, it's very materialistic. Why not to take an exchange?
Okay, I need to find
Are
some
you-
tactics right now for black. If not, after knight h5, I can pretty much resign.
Yeah, knight h5.
The problem is knight h5, I will be forced not to lose material, take on f6.
Exactly.
Right.
But then if you take back with the knight, my rook on g7 is still completely locked in. And
So
you
maybe
also don't
now-
have dark square bishop, which creates additional problems. It's not
Exactly.
looking good.
So black should take now maybe on f6. I mean, but I don't like it at all, but I don't want to
No.
give this bishop. But maybe
But that means you're going to play with down a pawn. I will take on h7.
and then you
most
take on h7, yes, and wow.
Wow.
Doesn't look good.
This is not looking good. And Hikaru, by the way, is also down to his last, perhaps,
The
minute and a
only
half.
thing I can imagine is that he immediately recaptured with the queen.
With the queen?
He's looking to simplify the position.
I can understand that, because again, the king on... Yeah, no way you're allowing...
No queen trade. Ooh,
King F2?
Because
Whoa.
g3 was hanging.
But
Yeah,
yes,
but the
But still,
king.
yes.
Really? King F2?
Rook
Look,
h7, so he
He
took
took
the
on
pawn.
the
h7.
game is definitely heating up. Bishop takes g6 on tap for Gary. Don't forget about that one.
That's a nice simplification, yes.
Definitely.
Yes.
Knight to f8.
Knight f8, attacking the rook.
Hikaru understands that.
He's good in finding these tactics.
I
He's very
think rook h6, right? You just
King
kind of
A8.
hang around, you know. That was a very good move, because again, Gary would look for some trades with the move queen f4, just getting away from the tickle.
What Hikaru needs to find right now is some sort of counterplay on the queen side.
Precisely.
Something along the lines of knight to a5, open up the c file, have ideas of bishop takes a3. Sorry, there's no bishop. That's a knight on f8.
I was thinking
That's a
something
knight
along
on
the
f8.
same lines that you were saying. I was thinking that you need to play like knight a7 to b5 to break up the team. But
Knight
He
a5
plays
was
knight
played.
a5 with probably similar ideas. Look, knight a5.
by the way, I'm just getting breaking news that Fabi, this is a very exciting game. We're just going to move away from it just to take a look between Shakhriyar and Fabi as
Yes, he
There
just
it is.
Their
Nice.
resignation on the spot.
we're just in time for the handshake.
Yeah. Good game by Fabi. Actually, it was so complicated, and he found all these moves. Wow.
Well, really nice ones. Knight c6. We're going to jump back to the game. By the way, 3 decisive games, count them, in this second round.
And this one is really hitting up. 45 seconds for Hikaru, 35 seconds for Gary.
You can almost feel Gary's nervousness. I mean, at the board, his intensity and his focus were second to none. I mean, when he was
d7.
really considered the most fearsome of competitors. Queen d7.
takes away that square from
Yeah,
the knight.
wasn't
So
that-
there's no more knight d7 too.
Wasn't that the dream square for the knight? no?
Exactly, to dislodge the queen from f6, but there's no more knight d7.
I mean, the desirable knight f4 does allow knight takes a3.
I do believe this is what he's looking for.
Some
And by the
small
way, we
tricks.
have rook to h1.
Rook h1, knight comes
G6.
back to g6, knight f4.
Okay.
Okay.
But what if I take?
He wants to recapture with the pawn.
Which he did.
In order to trap the bishop on f5.
Which he defended against with knight
Clever.
d6.
Wow.
Clever, and
Just trades
it's
the
been
rook.
working for 1,000 years. When
But
I had material,
strategically-
Yes, it just
trade,
changed
trade,
pieces.
trade.
Strategically, it seems to be
What a
Gary's
play.
game.
towards
What a
Hikaru's
play.
side. Bishop to f5, perhaps.
I think it's forced. Come on, that bishop is just
Knight
e4.
Okay, of course, exchange.
Okay,
And now?
Shadoob, rook takes g8.
There's a queen a4 siding, queen a4, queen c2. That might become dangerous.
Aha, bravo. Queen a4, queen c2.
Exchange the rooks as fast as possible, Gary.
Yes.
Rook
And then
h8,
think-
follow it up.
By the way, doesn't he have a d4, d5, and a
He's
bishop,
looking towards those
bishop
ideas. Yes.
c3, bishop c3 to
Yes.
d4 check?
Opposite color bishops. The one who starts first to attack may have some
Bishop to
chances.
d5, f5.
Well, one
Okay.
thing that's definitely trending in Gary's favor. Right now, Gary cannot lose this.
Yes.
Wait, guys.
Everything
You
is
lost us
possible.
both on that one.
Some more trust. Come
I
on.
don't know,
come
the
on.
clock,
Yes, everything is possible in
God.
this game.
double-edged nature. of the
Gary cannot
position.
lose this one. I'm telling you. There's no way Gary loses this one.
Okay, Christian.
Okay, Christian, I don't know. I don't know about a4, by the way. I was thinking king e3
I hope I didn't
and
jinx
king
it, but
f4.
Bishop e7. Now start pushing, perhaps.
No, these endings
Even
are
though-
tricky sometimes.
b3.
I like that, just stopping. Queen takes a4.
But the bishop on c3 becomes weak now.
Yes.
True, true.
Queen
Queen
d8,
c6.
okay.
No, queen d8.
f6.
But now the queen is invading.
Well,
There's a queen h3, queen g4, yes.
oh my
Some
gosh. King takes
know.
e4.
And we'll see.
Just
Will
take
there
on
be
e4 and find
Queen
make a draw.
g2 check, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Gary's allowed too much counterplay.
Okay, I think he's going to finish in a draw.
King
But
takes
he's definitely not losing, guys. Come on. No.
Yeah, okay, 5 seconds help. Right.
Ooh. Ooh. Yes, by the way, exactly, Anastasiya. There's a 5-second increment.
Additionally. So now, he wants to maybe to play d6 and queen a5.
Perhaps it's time to go e3 in that
Maybe.
case.
E3 and
E3
bishop
and take on
takes.
d5.
Yes.
Queen d3. Wow.
And Hikaru, a little bit, that was not a very well centered queen. D6, G6. No, G6, there's queen f3 check. So it's time for D6, right?
d6 and
Queen takes
a5.
A5.
This is what I said. Yeah, queen a5.
Yes, we both saw it at the same time.
Great.
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so what if I take on
Gary's
E4?
looking to maybe hide his king on G7. No.
E3, he's trying to give his own checks via
Queen
G2.
takes
By the way,
check.
Queen F2 is a checkmate threat.
What?
You have to address that. Queen to F2.
Uh-oh. You better take it.
So he took it, but Gary's is trying to escape with his king, but
Ooh.
King E5.
King E5.
There's a Queen E6
Queen E6.
coming. Be careful.
And Queen E6 will attack the. You will capture the pawn on D6 with the check.
Yes.
Let's go Queen E3.
Queen what?
Queen
Queen
E3.
E3.
Queen E3.
With
What's King
bishop
F4?
B6.
What's the times? What's the
Time,
times?
I don't,
20 seconds for
seconds.
Gary, 30 seconds for Hikaru.
still enough time to think sometimes, but not that much.
No, Gary!
no,
He had to play Queen E3. Oh,
And what
jinxed
happened
him, I
now?
cannot believe
commentator's curse.
Oh,
that. I feel so bad.
Oh,
I
let's
feel
quickly
And what?
jump to
So what now?
Wesley So
Ah,
versus Firouzja. This is our remaining game of this, wow, incredibly exciting round two.
By the way,
Oh
I
my
think Firouzja
gosh.
is just a piece up. No,
Firouzja's
no
a piece up.
compensation. No
Oh, yes, I'm
compensation.
trying to count pawns, but it's just a knight extra.
The pawns don't matter.
Very good if you
King
count the
B6.
pawns, by
Yes.
the way. And there goes one of them.
Yeah, but now I go 95.
Yes, and stops it.
You mean the extra piece is more meaningful?
I'll give another check on D7.
Sometimes it helps to have
Extra
extra
piece.
piece. Not always, but hard.
Huh.
So that means that Firouzja is going to move to 1.5 out of 2 if he wins this one.
Yes. Same as Fabi, by the way.
Same as
But
Fabi.
okay.
They
We'll
drew in
see.
the first round against each other.
Okay.
Still not over, okay, Wesley.
No,
Still trying.
that one
is
is
a
No, but
good
okay.
move. Wow,
Yes.
that did it. And that means this is the most decisive round of the tournament. You can't
So
get
far.
more, no, you can't get more than 5 out of
Yes.
5.
It's not possible.
Unless we're talking the miracle in Montreal, where in the final round the chess bra scored 5 out of 4. How's it possible? It's
Yes,
a
it's
miracle.
another story.
And they made it to the playoffs thanks to that result. Sum it up for us, Christian. What a round and what a blunder by Gary.
Just incredible. I think he became too ambitious towards the end of the game. He
Did he?
tried to
Okay.
defend his a4 pawn with a move b3, weakening in the process the bishop on c3. Now you have to find another square for that bishop. But the problem is, once you play this move d6, you are a bit too ambitious, right? Because after e3, you have to be dealing with all sorts of checks. Bishop takes b6 was the critical move in the position which actually would have won the game for white. A very difficult
Wow.
tactic to see. None of the players saw it. And the idea behind it is, if you take, I give you a check first, I take the pawn, you have to go back. If you go bishop to a6, then your queen basically doesn't have a job because the g2 square is no longer protected. So if you go bishop a6, I just simply push d7. I can even go queen to c7, exchange the queens, and
just
then I
say
have
g6.
another passer coming. Exactly.
Wow.
And this is the key. Very difficult to see with only a few seconds on the
Exactly.
clock.
Truly.
The same thing happens if you go king to b8. Queen to c7, you have
Yes.
to trade off the queens,
Yes.
and after g6, unfortunately, you
Amazing.
are unable to stop it. And your pawn, sure, is very threatening, but I can just simply go king to f2, stop it in its tracks. I'm going to get my queen, you're not, and this just wins the game for white. Big missed opportunity for Gary, but at the same time, he only had like 20 seconds.
But then
on his
show
clock
us
at
the
that
moment, show us the key moment at the very end, because I thought before, yeah, right
Well, of
here.
course, this is all
If he
just
had gone
equal.
queen e3, he's
Give
not
up
losing.
the pawn, of course. Just go queen to e3, allow black to take on d6. It's still equal pawns.
Right.
And my king is actually just simply protected. King to e3, well, that's
Just
a blunder,
overlook
right?
this one.
It's just a blunder in one move. You're missing out
What a
the bishop on
pity.
d4.
And that's nerves.
Painful.
That's simply,
Yes.
simply
Painful.
nerves. And Anastasiya, do the honors. Where do we stand after 2 rounds of play?
And we have a sole leader in the tournament. So Jan Nepomniachtchi is the only one who won both of his games, and now he has 2 points. Fabiano Caruana, Linear Dominguez, Firouzja, Firouzja, they have all 1.5 points.
Yeah, what a pack of wolves chasing there, right?
Exactly. And then we have Levon Aronian, Hikaru Nakamura, and Shahriar Mamedyarov with 1 point at the moment. And half a point for Wesley So, Peter Svidler, and Gary Kasparov, unfortunately, now have no points at all at the moment.
And Wesley So, Christian's prediction, not doing that well. But round 3, coming up shortly. I don't know if we have our pairings for round 3, but definitely we'll let you know what they are on the other side of this break.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are ready to check the standings. Jan Nepomniachtchi is leading the tournament after second round. Fabiano Caruana followed him, as well as Dominguez and Firouzja with 1.5 points. Then we have Levon Aronian and Hikaru Nakamura and Mamedyarov, who have 1 point. At the moment, Wesley So and Svidler and Garry Kasparov are finishing this table.
Not very nicely.
Yes.
And what about our pairings for the round 3?
And we have Peter Svidler versus Wesley So.
Okay.
Levon Aronian plays against Dominguez, Hikaru Nakamura, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana.
That's an interesting match.
Yes, I think so, because they are we have leaders.
Yep.
Fabiano Caruana plays against Garry Kasparov. Firouzja plays against Mamedyarov.
And for Fabi, Gary's kind of getting a bullseye on his back, having lost 2, and the players have gotten their reveal, and they're hard at work, trying to make heads or tails, and let's see it for ourselves through the magic of television.
This is normal.
We call it the
normal.
back rank shuffle. Oh. Okay, the bishop on d1 is an issue. What's the weak pawn?
What's the weak pawn? Let me check. I don't see.
f2?
F2 again. Yes. Only one.
Only by one.
Yes. The weakest.
The weakest. Okay, break the position down for us, Cristian. What would be your approach? e4, d4, what's the weak piece?
E4, I think.
Come
it
again?
just feels like it's opening up 2 pieces, my queen and my bishop.
The queen.
That's
bishop.
the way I look at the position. I don't see anything else. E4 or F4 maybe.
f4.
The rooks are perfectly placed, so I don't have to worry about the rooks. The bishops, definitely something to worry about. What I'm mostly concerned about is the knights. One of them, sure, I know, probably is going to land on F3,
Sure.
the knight from G1. What am I going to do with the knight on E1?
That's
is
right.
the question. But I think for starters, I will play E4.
Okay. By the way, there you get a really, really beautiful view of these House of Staunton designed chess pieces that are DGT enabled. I don't know if you ever got a chance to lift them up yourself, Anastasiya, but they're triple weighted. They're really
Really nice.
Yeah.
I like when you feel the value
it's
of
like
it.
really
weight.
art set. But this is an art. This is competition now. And for Nepo, you think he's a little bit angry about that playoff that he lost to Ali Reza in the Sinquefield Cup?
Yes, of course. He was
Yes.
absolutely frustrated after that game, and I think yes, he would like to take revenge.
Yeah, something to show. I mean, that look, I'm going to be playing for the World Championship next year in 2023. I'm a very serious force in chess, and if he can demonstrate that in Fischer Random,
Also, yes.
that he can do something.
So,
No, he's very ambitious.
is
player.
Lanier changing teams right now? Because
I was
remember
about to
seeing him
say.
with Fabiano and Levon. What's happening?
Let's see. Maybe
I
it depends on
mean,
pairings.
A fair-weathered friend. huh?
Yes, they were analyzing together with Levon, right?
Right.
So now they're playing against each other, so they cannot do it together.
Analyze. That makes
That's
sense.
why.
That makes sense.
I remember Miguel Najdorf had a very annoying habit during his games. He would walk around the playing hall and he would ask just random people, how's my position? How's my position? How's my position? And he ran into one guy at the coffee table, how's my position? It was his opponent.
No. This is a nightmare.
Dope.
Now players are not allowed to talk during the games.
This
It's
has not been
forbidden.
a successful combination.
Not so good
Not so good.
so far. But we can say that Garry Kasparov played such a great game before. I mean, it's such a pity that he lost this position. Probably it was not successful in terms of result, but actually they played really interesting games, especially Garry. I mean, he deserved actually to win this game. He was dominating most of the game.
I want to say the last 15, 20 moves is where he spoiled it with no time on his clock. Is there we see one of the chasing wolves, Ali Reza, just staring at the sheet that shows the position.
Now, how do you take it from move one and try to analyze this in your head.
Again,
what's
I
the
break
process?
it down.
How do you, what are the stages?
Right. I break it down from what I'm trying to achieve. And you said it very well yourself. So let's say after E2, E4, and I visualize my development, but then I do it the opposite and say, let's say I'm playing a berserk attacker.
Yes.
Somebody who's going to do something like really, really crazy. It's not in my style. So if I play a move like E4, can my opponent go berserk and do something crazy like sacrificing, gambiting a pawn, 2 or 3 pawns, I don't even care,
Yes.
to try to take advantage. But you said, Anastasiya, where's my pawn weaknesses? What would I attack? Like if the pawn on B2 was, let's say there was a knight on C1. I'd start thinking about how could I attack this pawn on B2. So that's another approach. What would you, how would you approach this position, Cristian?
Well, basically the same way you guys just mentioned. I would be thinking about and focusing on what are my bad pieces. Once again, in the position, I will be seeing the knight on E1. I can visualize a situation where I do play E4 and then D4, and that knight goes behind the pawn, the D pawn, on D3.
Yeah.
That way I feel like all my pieces are playing in a very healthy manner. So I can start with both either D4 or E4. At the same time, this is why I don't like starting with D4, because after D5, I don't get E4 anymore. At least not as easy. I have to go maybe F3 and completely change my strategy in the position. Once again, the battle revolves around controlling the center. Who controls the center? Whoever controls the center, actually, and we've seen this in the first couple of games, has the much easier play. We've seen that even in the game between Gary and Nakamura from last round. Gary was on top from the beginning. He was controlling the center. He was putting pressure on his opponent. This is the key in this chess 960 situations. You have to control the center and go back to basics. Go back to what you were taught as a kid. Control the center. This is it.
So
They cannot rely on any sort of theoretical knowledge. So they have to go back to the basics.
Right.
Yes, also I'm checking the castling always. Like,
Yeah,
that's
where
also a
am I
good
going to
thing,
put
yes.
my king? One of the reasons why I would be attracted to the opening move D2, D4 is always I'm thinking, where is the king going to land or end up? The king is on B8, and it seems to me the natural square for the bishop would be F4.
Very smart.
Right? So D2, D4, bishop F4, E2, E3, and I want to, let me just make some moves on the board for a second. D4, D5, bishop F4, this is what I'm saying. You put a knight, I don't know, I'm just going to put the knight here, E2, E3, and I'm going to do a bad move, and I want to open up this queen as well, right? So this would be, I mean, this is a very, very cooperative opponent, right? This is what I start thinking, that the bishop will get out of the way. By the way, I think I'm going to castle queenside somehow if I get all of those moves. Anastasiya, would your approach be like Cristian's with E4?
Yeah, I think D4 and bishop F4, I like it. And also, I'm thinking about the castling, as I told you. So if the bishop, we move the bishop to F4, then we can do the castling, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and bishop from D1 should also move, right? first?
Exactly.
Yes.
So
So then we can,
let's just make some moves,
sooner
right?
we develop the bishops, we have more chances to do the castling.
Fortunately for
Exactly.
me, this reminds me too much of the London, and I cannot
Yes,
say I'm a big
actually it
fan of the
does.
London.
Yes, it does.
So we would get some
Normal
symmetry. It's
Almost.
not quite normal yet, but it's getting closer. And I think Cristian's right. It's almost impossible for me to imagine a scenario where the knight on G1 doesn't jump to F3. But now I have to start to think, could I possibly be crazy and start thinking?
You can do whatever you want. It's Fischer random, you know. You can.
And I get to take my move back, right? Very important.
Yes.
At the
If
same
something
time,
doesn't
you know what
work
the
out
problem
right.
with Bishop A6 is, Yasser, and all these ideas.
Yeah.
They look very nice, but there's a knight coming to D6. And that stops everything in its tracks.
Okay, but we tried.
Yes,
it looked
exactly.
nice.
It looks beautiful. It looks beautiful.
Knight d6 is a
Don't kill the-
That's the
showstopper, folks.
big problem. Yeah.
Defends b7 and blocks the power of the bishop. In the first 2 rounds, Anastasiya, of the 10 players in the event, who has impressed you the most at this moment? Handled their clock well, handled their positions?
Of course, Fabiano Caruana, now that I'm...
He only has 1.5 points. I want to
Yes.
inform you. You know, he's not exactly leading the tournament.
Yes,
What do you think about Nepo's play?
Yeah, he also actually showed really good skills and still nerves. I mean, especially in the game with Levon, I think he was definitely in trouble, but he managed to find really great moves and won this queen. So he showed really great creativity. And this is
Right.
what it's all about. Fischer chess, Fischer random, they want your creativity to be shown.
Shine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to shine,
exactly.
That's a better
Exactly.
word. Yes.
And for you, Christian, who
Well, I love that assessment that Anastasiya just made. It's about the creativity of Jan. He's been getting bad positions out of the opening, actually. In the first game against Peter, he was completely losing, from an objective point of view at least. He was, I think, -3 against the engines. Then in the second round, with the white pieces, once again, he was worse out of the opening after the first 3-4 moves. But then his creative mind just took him over the edge and started playing good moves, putting a lot of pressure on his opponents, found that idea with Queen F6 in the game between himself and Levon. That was the key idea. Levon was just picking up material on the queen side and hoping that nothing is happening on the king side. Not so fast. Queen to F6 came, and that was a big, big problem for Levon's king. So definitely a creative mind. I have to say I'm impressed with the way Nepo is carrying himself in this tournament.
Very good. Ali Reza in a rematch against Shakhriyar. Shakhriyar had a great position in the Singfield Cup. Bishop takes f2 check. Probably at this moment, I think most of us had thought the game was over, that Shak was going to win it. 7 moves later, it was Shak who was resigning.
It's
One of the
unbelievable.
most stunning turnarounds we've seen at the top. And also, by the way, yes, of course, Firouzja did choose Hikaru, but
Yes.
he's struggling.
Yes, but he was lucky, by the way.
What, to struggle? To win against Kasparov.
Yes, I mean, he was lucky, and I'm sure that Varush at this moment, he was
It's like, oh.
happy.
Yeah, well, but this is how Hikaru bounces back. He's incredibly tenacious, resourceful, and he plays very, very fast. Puts you under pressure. You feel that ticking clock. And Gary felt the clock.
And let's not forget what happened to Hikaru in the Blitz section of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz just a couple of weeks ago. He completely demolished his opposition. Once this guy gets going, it's very difficult to stop him. So you better not let him get in the groove right now.
You mean he demolished his opposition in Blitz?
In the St. Louis
in the
Rapid and Blitz, yeah,
Rapids?
and
He did very poorly.
Well, in the Rapid, it almost felt like he was just warming up. And in day 3, he actually did quite well in the Rapid as well, and that allowed him to have some chances going into the Blitz portion.
By the way, the King's Gambit is
what a
very
shame.
popular both in the Firouzja game as well as Hikaru's game. Let's see what other games we've got.
Do you know that Jan Nepomniachtchi made a course on Chessable about King's Gambit? So what a shame to play
Really?
King's Gambit
Yes.
against him, you know? Even in Fischer random.
And in the King's Gambit, Wilhelm Steinitz, the very first World Chess Champion, said the best way to refute a gambit is first to accept it. So what we see in the Ali Reza game, Shakhriyar took the pawn on f4 and said, are you going to recapture with the queen? And Firouzja said, no, I'd rather recapture with the bishop. Too late.
Look at this, G5, H4.
Too late.
Wow.
Okay, knight f6, not even f6, but knight f6. Intending, there is a problem. Wait a minute.
Oh, I have
Knight
good news.
G3.
I have only
You
one
have
good
good
news.
news?
Yes, the
Please.
king is not on G1. That's the best news.
Ah,
So far, so good.
So far, so good. This is getting a little interesting. And what do you have for us, Christian?
Actually, my boards are not updating right now, so
So we've got complete
I'm
control.
looking at your board right now, yes.
We've got total mastery of the situation. That's great.
I did see a game being played. I don't have the position right now, so I'm not 100% sure I will be able to showcase that. But after queen to f4, knight to e7, d4,
Yes.
knight to g6,
Yes.
queen to f2. And this was a game between some top players on Lichess, in the Lichess database, around 2,400. So
Wow.
definitely this position might have been explored in the past. Quite an interesting one.
Position 279.
279, yes.
Out of the possible 960.
Really close to one.
And what do we have instead? Just a second. After knight e7, for some strange reason, I'm not quite sure why e2 and e7 are the squares.
For knights.
Yeah, exactly. Not sure. I mean, knight f6, very correctly, prepping bishop g4. That was stopped by h2, h3. I don't know, but for me, I feel like black is doing really well here.
But white maybe is threatening to play c4. Certainly put g4 and
Driving
I
the
don't know.
knight away. Because of the strange position of this queen, I was thinking that I might try just to develop bishop to d7. I don't know. If you do play, as you say,
for
Anastasia,
example, yes.
yeah,
I
that
don't have time, yes.
I don't know. I
Because
mean,
pawn is hanging on c4 now.
true.
Yes, so probably I don't have time to play d4 and d5, so I have
Exactly.
to take care of this pawn. Yes, so
Exactly. Okay.
doesn't work so well.
But he did play queen d6.
Queen d6.
Oops, excuse me. Knight f8, a3, queen, not bishop d7. Apologies, queen d6. Okay, bishop e7, bishop e6, castles. I always like when the king's on b8 and you go all the way across the board.
That's nice.
Yeah, queen d6. And from White's point of view, he would probably like to play d4, knight d3, c4, like you said, and the bishop will
If
come
we
out
have time, yes.
to. You're back with us, Cristian.
I'm back and I'm seeing the game between Firouzja and Mamed exploding.
Okay.
That one
Okay.
is a brilliant one. Now let's take a look at what happened. It seems like all of these players, or at least a large portion of them, are playing this idea with e4, e5, and then f4.
Right.
e4, e5, f4, or knight to e2, preparing the move f4. This seems to have been at least one of the positions analyzed and one of the ideas analyzed during the break. And after taking on f4, Alireza came with this idea of sacrificing the pawn with the move d4, allowing the move g5, playing it exactly like a king's gambit. g5, h4, knight to f6, targeting the pawn on e4 immediately. And I really like what Shak is doing. He is opening up the avenue for his pieces, and he's doing that with tempo. While Alireza, on the other hand, is just like swarming around with his queen, but definitely it doesn't seem like he's doing the right things. My position is very safe on this side. You're going to take on g5, I'm going to take back, and
Right.
that's actually going to allow me to introduce my queen into play via the h file. So you have to be careful with white about those type of tendencies. Opening up the h file, you might have some problems on the king side. You're not going to castle on the king side, so you have to remove all of these pieces, this bishop on c1 as well as the bishop on d1, before you can castle alongside with the rook coming to d1. In the meantime, what it seems like I have to do is target the queen on b3. Let's go a5. a5 seems to be the right approach in this position, and I have to say, I'm looking at the position and it's starting to look quite unpleasant for white. If you have to go moves such as a4, well, I can go rook to a6. Once again, the goal remains the same. I need to find a way to get to your queen. Rook to a6 is a brilliant way to do that. If you do go c4, that opens up the h7, b1 diagonal, and after bishop f5, you might have some problems with your king. Definitely trending in black's favor this game between Alireza and Shakhriyar.
Thank you for that, Christian. And you're right. I'm seeing e4, e5 almost exclusively. And then white is playing for f4 and or d4. Levon is playing for d4. He's played it, in fact. But I was very curious as to what Gary would do after e4, e5, knight e2, that preparatory move that you spoke about, Christian. Either you want to defend the d4 or f4 squares. Gary said,
F5.
let's go. Let's go.
If you don't do this move.
Now, for me, that was a bit of a surprise. Seriously, I was expecting knight h6 because I was expecting that you would like to recapture with the knight. Maybe the queen will have another square. But Gary said, nuh-uh, nothing doing. I want to capture with the queen. And Fabi has achieved this position. I think I'm up to date with the players. Yes, I am, after this. So different approaches across the board by all the players.
But at least both knights are actually in play right now. And this was the initial problem that we had with the white pieces.
Right.
Finding a way
best
to involve
squares, yes.
both knights into the game. And this is exactly what Fabiano managed to accomplish.
His problem piece
I like what he's doing, yes.
And
yes.
also his other problem piece is this bishop on d1. This guy won't have any problems finding an active square. But you're right, the knights are out. And what was the other game where the knights were out? Was it no, not that game.
There's the Dominguez game in
Yes.
which Peter does have both of his knights out.
Exactly.
The different
Levon
approach was d4, yes?
and Lanier. Yes, this was the different. I don't know. I'm not a fan of these 92, 97 moves, but okay, Levon.
And Nepo with a very intriguing exchange sacrifice right now.
Uh-oh. Where am I
Check
going?
it.
Dang. Let's go back. Okay, this is where we left it. D5, H6, H3, sorry. This is where we left it. Queen D6, D4. I thought he was doing all of this to get early
Yes.
kingside castling, and he tricked us. He wanted to control the E4 square. Knight E5. Give me that.
Wow. So he just gave this exchange like that.
Well, he was being pretty flippant there. What's going on, Christian? That is, we're taught as kids.
I like it.
You like it?
I like it.
Why?
From a practical perspective. From an objective point of view, maybe white, given the fact that he's an exchange up. And if you do have an engine by your side and you are able to use that, then you're probably going to defend this. But from a practical perspective, you see these knights swarming around your king. You would love instinctively to play the move knight to f4, start exchanging pieces. Well, knight to c3 is coming, and I think you can resign on the spot. If you do that, you cannot do that. So how do you get out? Maybe you play the move c3, but it's counterintuitive because it opens up the h7, b1 diagonal. Bishop f5 is coming on the board. I understand. You do have a protector, that bishop coming to c2. So Hikaru needs to stop things, understand this type of nuances in the position. But still, from a practical perspective, I have to say I'm enjoying black's position.
No, it's nice actually sacrifice, and it seems like it's working from time to time. Shahriar also showed today that it worked really well in his first game.
One of the things that I stress time and time again is in the rapid and blitz, most especially the blitz, the faster the time control, the more obvious it is that having the initiative is actually a really important dynamic because when you have the initiative, the defender starts to see ghosts, and he starts to say, how do I neutralize? How do I stop your threats? How do I trade off pieces? And it's like they're on the back foot. They're not thinking about how am I going to kill this guy. They're thinking, how am I going to survive the next 10 moves?
And
so
there's a lot of options to go wrong in the position. For example, if you play the move c4.
Very obvious and good-looking move,
It's
by the way.
intuitive, right?
Yeah.
You're making space for the bishop to go to c2. You're kicking the pieces back. Well, bishop to f6.
Bishop to
Check
f6.
that out. And if you take on d5, knight to d2, check.
And queen b2.
Hello.
Wow.
Yes, you cannot take because queen takes b2 is coming.
Nice.
With a
This
checkmate.
is nice. I
A
like
lot
this.
of problems potentially in the
Checkmate.
position for the white king.
You know, the moment you mentioned C2C, the moment you mentioned that the desirable knight F4 is met by knight C3, I liked the suggestion of C3 a lot.
It's
because,
a good move.
you know, I can cover up with bishop C2. And then I start to think that, okay, I'll get my rook to D1, and I can untangle my pieces with a future bishop F4 idea. So that's very nice. I just wanted to turn our attention to the game of Shaq, because guess what? That I see I see a mess. I see a mess on my board, but I do see the move A5 and rook A6.
Something what we discussed, right?
Well,
Like
what Cristian was recommending, and
C4, I thought about it actually.
Alireza is like,
Nice.
okay, check it out. As far as I can tell, they're playing Fischer random, but white, Firouzja, has developed exactly one piece. He hasn't done anything else.
Yes.
You know,
Wow.
what can you tell us about grandmaster chess? Christian?
count.
Yeah, you're
One, two, three.
supposed to develop your pieces
You're supposed to
harmoniously,
develop
not only
your pieces.
one piece.
But this is modern chess.
Modern chess, you develop only one piece.
Ah, but look at this, knight d6.
Finally, bishop to e2.
Finally a threat we can get behind. Wow. Anastasia, explain this to us.
This position. No, but you know what?
That's crazy
Put her on the
position.
spot.
Yes.
That was mean.
I just can tell you that I really try to get it. But I don't know, maybe if white survive for some time, it's not going to be over so quickly. If he manages to bring his knight on a5, knight on d3, somehow, you know, if it's not lost immediately, then maybe you can do it.
That's the trick.
Yes.
Could it be? Is it lost immediately? Is there? I mean, it feels like.
It's not lost immediately,
Black-
but it's not good after
not
knight to
good,
f5. So, of course, c5 is a threat, right? c5 wins the piece.
Sure,
You have
sure.
to get out of dodge.
Right.
Go knight to f5. Take
And-
advantage once again and focus on the weaknesses in your
Yes,
opponent's
d4,
position.
yes.
Knight to a5 makes
So
a lot of
if I
sense.
try to defend, then I'm walking into a g4.
That might be problematic.
And
Yes.
well, I'm sacrificing a piece actually. I'm not moving the knight.
But it's King's Gambit. It's
Yes, this is the way to go, right? You got to start
Take my pieces,
sacrificing.
it's okay.
But knight f5 looks
And I'm
right.
not even convinced I'm going to take that. Maybe I can even go knight to g3 after knight to f3. So I have ideas of just simply continuing with the
Bouncing
initiative
around.
as well. And knight f5 is on the board. Good move by Shakhriyar. Really,
Good
really
move. And again, this bishop f5 is lurking.
Oh yeah.
Anastasia.
Yes,
I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure I don't want to lose the light squared bishop, because if I
Not only
have to
that,
go,
but now without the knight on d6, I also have the queen coming in. Hello.
yes, you do.
A4, also a bit
That, actually, I
That's
think
not an invitation I
resignation.
want to issue. No,
is
no,
resignation
no,
on the
no,
spot.
no. So knight f5, that's really, really challenging.
It's unpleasant, yes.
Yes.
Okay, guys, I really want to show a nice,
Please.
Yes.
nice little trick.
Variation?
In that variation, after queen to b4. I just
Knight?
spotted it. I don't know if it works, but
Knight,
yes. So I think you can just like go to the same variation.
Bishop check.
f5.
Now I have to block, right? Knight
Let's
C.
go queen a2. King a2, queen b4, queen
Okay.
to 1, right?
Okay. But
Now I
I'm
can
losing
take on
everything,
c4.
right?
Yes. But now
C4.
after b3,
What?
b3. So queen takes c4, b3.
Yes.
I think I can go queen takes a4. No,
No,
forget
and
about
bishop
it.
b1, you want...
There is a rook on a1.
On a1 rook, yes.
Let's explain to
Yes.
Christian what he's missed. In these types of positions, Christian, it's a really good idea to take the bishop.
No, but they do the same mistake. I keep doing
This
it
chess
because
960 confuses
this-
me so
that's why we
hard
love-
right now.
But this was your
Fischer
genius.
This was
yes,
my
bishop is 7.
stroke of genius. Yes.
Yes.
Bishop b1 is what I call a 50-50.
Yes. The intentions were
There's
good.
only two moves for white, 50-50 shot.
Yes.
But in any case, that is a winning line for Shaq, and it's because of that line that knight f5 has got an Alireza
Big trouble for Alireza.
stopped.
Big
He's
trouble for
frozen.
Actually, let me remind you that Shah
Please.
already played this rook g3 move. You remember thinking that it's check with Jeffrey Song. He played this rook g3 move and he just took his piece on g5. He simply thought that it's check.
Right.
So anything can happen actually.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I mean,
No, we were joking
Even in normal
with Shaq that, you know, he had tried 2 illegal moves.
Yes, in one game.
One game. And we said, you know, we admire your persistence, consistency.
yes, he was shocked. He was shocked. He couldn't play for a couple of games after that. He said, like, I can lose the game, but not to do 2 illegal moves in one game. Like, it's not possible.
Exactly. This move, knight f5, it's got me thinking that maybe it's time to get rid of this rook so that knight g3 at least
I'm not sure I take
doesn't
back
come
on
with the
G5
tempo.
though. Can I take on d4?
It's legal.
That's legal.
It's
Oops.
legal. Okay. Help.
No. Not
No,
queen
no,
d3,
no.
bishop f5.
This is the bishop f5 variation that I'm worried about. So I
So
have to
queen
go
c3.
queen d1, queen c3.
I thought about it, maybe some, but I'm
Okay.
Knight takes
not
c2.
sure. Knight takes c2, knight takes.
But the queen defends the rook, so
Yes,
the knight can move.
Yeah,
Okay, queen d1. Let's go.
yes.
Queen d1.
But in the worst case, I can just go bishop f5 check.
And
That's the
well,
worst case.
aren't you helping me a
But
little?
then I can take on g5. I'm still going to be a pawn up at the end of all this.
Just yes.
Materialistic, so much.
Very materialistic.
No.
Not only that, but the problem is your pieces are not going out anytime soon. You castle, it doesn't help you. Your king is still extremely unsafe.
Agreed.
So-
By the way, Black's king, on the other hand, really looks comfy.
With both pawns a4 and c4 like that, there's so many holes on the light squares around your king. It's not looking good right now for white, I have to say.
And Anastasiya, the times, because again, that little green box is like it's a
This
challenge.
is also my challenge. Yes, but
Nah,
thank
they
you.
give us a nice
Yes, it's
perspective.
nice of you.
Almost 10 minutes.
Similar, yes, like 10
13.
minutes, 13, yes. No, but it's clear that Alireza is a little bit thinking longer than his opponent.
Yeah, he's on the back foot. No
He's
question.
trying to figure out what to do in this position. It's not so easy at all.
I want to jump around because actually it's kind of funny. In the game between Fabi and Gary, there's a black knight on f5 in that game as well. But Fabi is actually, no, he's not nursing an extra pawn. There's a pawn on d6. Let's see it when we left. Kind of echoes. You see this h7, h6 move. Another game we saw h2, h3. That's the move. Let's do that slowly. Let's appreciate.
But guys, this
King
looks too much like a game of chess. Let's move on. I mean, come on.
come on.
This is too much looking like a game of chess.
Well,
Already, yes.
not quite there yet. But
One castling and that's it.
quick question: do you prefer White's position or Black's position here?
I think white.
White. Why?
No.
Black has got this.
I just
knight.
feel like I'm a little bit ahead in terms of development. You still have
Your
to do
rooks are
the long
connected.
castle.
Yeah, your rooks are connected. You are ahead.
And once you do the long castle, maybe I will be thinking about taking on f5 or opening up that diagonal and then focusing on a7. So I still feel you're a few moves away from safety as black.
But are you or are you not concerned about knight takes e3 and giving up your dark square bishop?
Oh, this was just my first instinct. I'm not saying that black is not doing well in the position, but I would prefer playing with the white pieces.
Okay. A2, A4. Again, across the board, you see the echoes of the players
yes.
playing similar
Maybe they check
ideas.
each other boards.
But we
Yeah, for ideas, right?
Maybe.
really
Rook
should be going,
A3.
guys, to the Nakamura game because
Let's jump.
Nakamura is down to his last 5 minutes.
No way.
And
Really?
his opponent with 15 minutes. And
Whoa.
that's what I was talking about, the practicality of this position. It's not looking good right now. I don't think you're in time anymore to defend everything as white. You missed a beat. You did not play the move c3 followed by bishop to c2. You started with rook to f1. And now after f5, a really crafty move. If you go c3, well, I'll go rook to a6.
Yeah.
And then you have to once again start thinking about so many problems coupled with the idea of rook to f6, but also rook to b6, and then knight takes c3.
Yep.
this move, a5 by Nepo, was such a good move.
And we do have Queen D3,
Queen D3
on the
but-
board.
Okay.
Kind of stop.
Rook a6 came immediately.
What came immediately?
Rook a6.
Rook a6.
Okay. We did sidestep a Rook f6 threat, Anastasia, but
Yes, but you play with your queen so many moves, it doesn't look good.
right.
Yes.
And a moment ago there was some line with Bishop f6 and
Yeah.
Knight d2. Well, I can see Bishop f6 and Rook b6, and I would get very, very excited having the black pieces here. Definitely Hikaru on the back foot, and what a start for Jan, as he's won his first 2 games. Alireza again. Ooh,
G4.
he did
Yes,
play
you were right.
Knight f3, G4, Bishop d3, and Rook g1, and it's the piece sacrifice we
Yes.
spoke about.
Yes.
But I think that was actually practically the best thing that he could do. I mean, yes, I understand I'm material down, but I'm fighting in this position. The other position I was getting killed.
Yes, the other, at least he has some center, 3 pawns, maybe hoping to
D3,
finish his
yeah.
development and then-
Right. Yeah. I mean, you know, I'll try to make such moves. I'm not enthusiastic. Don't get me wrong. I like the extra piece, but Shaq will have to work. Let me see. What about Peter Svidler? Wesley, this seems to be the most calm. This is almost looking like a chess game.
I think Peter really perhaps needs to make a draw.
Yes.
I don't know. It's
just to
it's
get
a
out
rule.
the first day,
Yes.
just to get on the scoreboard. What? What's going on between Levon and Lanier?
Yes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. A5. Again, we're seeing
Yes.
these ideas of A4, A5. Sorry. I was thinking, isn't he just leaving the knight on E7 on pre? Yes, he is, but there was also queen takes D4.
So
Okay.
this is a really nice move because now I'm threatening Bishop e3.
Exactly.
And
Where's
then
the-
Rook takes e7 no matter what you do.
Yes, even if you go down and
Knight
take
C6.
this. Exactly.
It's a
Harimate,
checkmate, actually.
yes.
It's not even a fork.
Yes, so just to put some moves on the board, what we're talking about is you've got your choice. Do you want to allow knight takes c6 mate, or do you want to lose your queen? Oops.
I think Lanier is in deep trouble right now.
Rook e4. That's an easy move to miss.
Yes.
Rook e4. Wow.
How do you defend?
I'm not happy. I'm not happy. Knight c7 to d5 to defend the knight, and
So let's say I go c4 now.
okay,
Let's try the most aggressive way.
so aggressive.
Yeah, knight on e7.
Knight on e7. Oops, that was not. I was thinking about queen takes g2 as well as bishop f5.
That's okay. I will just go
Right.
bishop to c2 and defend.
Agreed. No question about it. This is c2, c4, and this looks like another one of those piece sacrifices that I'm having to make, and I'm not happy making them. Did you see a better alternative?
Knight d5 is on the
I
board.
can't go here. Let's jump to the Jan's game because again, wow, Hikaru is getting killed. That's it. There's no C4. Well, as my trainer would say, Hikaru is going to die with a full tummy. I mean, he took a bishop, he took a pawn,
He has
but this
full
looks
pieces.
like mate is coming.
I think knight d2 or even rook d2
Knight
might be
d2.
ideas.
Well, first of all, what are we going to do about our queen? Let's say
Probably
we
have to
hide.
hide it.
Let's say we just hide.
Yeah. Then it's like
Also
we don't
bishop
have
to
it.
f5. Sorry, not bishop f5.
I'm trying to
Now we have to explain to Christian that the rules of chess.
Yes. It's not possible. It's pin. I don't know, maybe some like
Okay, I'm
knight
going to try to
f2.
redeem myself. What if I
No,
take on
no,
d1?
but you and Shaq, I can feel it. I mean, instant attraction. Hold on. What's the killer,
wait.
guys?
This is a checkmate in a few moves.
Yes,
right?
thought
Rook takes
about-
d1,
Rook takes d1.
Rook takes, also the rook is
rook takes
there.
d1, and
Yes.
knight d2.
Knight.
D2
D2.
and then queen e4.
And then queen e4 or queen f5.
Yes, you cannot really protect.
Sweet. And if I
Yes.
take it the other way?
It doesn't matter because I still have queen c2 coming.
Queen c2,
Nice.
yes. Yes.
Uh,
I was trying to make it happen differently, but
the
yeah,
king
this
was not
one is much
nicely tucked
better.
in. No.
Much better.
Oh,
What
which
if I try
means,
to get back with the queen to h4?
well,
But then that allows bishop to f5.
that's your bishop to f5 move. And
No,
by
this
the
is
way,
I think this is just
the
resignation.
time differences between the two players speaks
crazy.
volumes, right?
Yes. I think it's not a good sign for Hikaru that he spent so much time already in both of the last games.
Well, the inclusion, I mean, of c4 and queen takes d8, that was just really, really asking for trouble. And you can see that Hikaru is not a happy camper here. He's taken the
No,
bishop.
he's shaking his head. It's like, yeah, he's not happy at all.
Knight d2 check threats, as Christian mentioned. Rook takes d1 as well. Hold on, what was the cleanest?
There's a lot of ways. I think even just simply knight d2 and then bishop f5. But bishop f5, how do you defend?
Absolutely, threat of knight d2 or knight c3, double checkmate. Guys, have you ever in your career had double checkmate?
Oh, no,
Many
not sure.
times.
Maybe
Must
some
be.
Five?
quiz games, no.
3?
Five
What did
seconds?
he do?
Queen takes d6.
Queen takes d6.
D6.
Well, there was no real choice because we were just seeing rook takes d1 mate.
No, and he knows it. I mean, he knows
And now
his
Nepo
position is
tells to himself,
busted.
okay, I should
Queen
think a
takes
little
d6. The queen is coming to d3.
What did he recapture
Is it going to
with,
be
by the
3
way?
out of 3 for Nepo? Oh my gosh.
Yes,
It's
by
really-
absolutely for sure. There's just no way he doesn't win this game. Queen takes d6, b3,
Knight to
knight
d2.
d2, and I can just see from the rocking of his head,
Yes.
Hikaru's just like, get me out of here.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5 and we can just understand it.
Oof,
Yeah.
oof,
You
oof.
can see a slight smile
Smile,
on Nepo's face.
Yeah, that final.
Well deserved. Well deserved. What a day for him.
Seriously.
No, but
and-
it's nice sacrifice, actually. It
It's
was really
beauty.
great sacrifice. And you were right, Christian, saying that it was really practical, great chance for Nepo.
Again, the only way out was for him to go that move c3, which was
Right.
not easy.
Not easy. 4 games remaining, guys. Let's just jump to the game between Fabi and Gary. Not too much excitement going on. It feels like it's rather evenish.
I think the Ali Reza one is very exciting.
Let's
Maybe
jump
we
to
can
Ali
jump to that
Reza.
one.
Wow, still a completely chaotic affair going on over here. As we left it, Ali Reza made a very good practical decision to sacrifice a piece to try to take over the initiative. A moment ago, there was a rook on b6 attacking.
Yes.
Guess what?
No.
The roles reversed.
Absolutely. Now it's a rook on b3 and
Knight e3, bishop takes. Yeah,
Knight
this
on
is
e5.
whatever happens from here happens, but this is the best that Ali Reza could have hoped for. A moment ago, this queen was coming to b4, no longer. Sorry, Anastasiya.
No, I just started to see some, like knight c6, queen a6, rook b8. I mean, all this. Immediately, all these ideas are jumping.
Share.
Yes, like I don't know if it was white to play here. Maybe knight c6 is the threat.
Exactly. This is what
Yes.
they're
I just
tingling,
started to see all these ideas.
on your fingertips. I
Yes.
get it. So, wait a minute. Have the roles reversed? Is the magic back?
Oh, absolutely.
Is Ali
is back
Reza?
in the game. I mean, he's the one attacking right now.
Yeah.
Only
We're
a
shocked.
couple of moves ago, he was the one being under attack on the b file. That rook on b6 was creating a lot of tension in his
Right.
position. Now, it's the rook on b3 that's creating a lot of tension, and I think there's maybe just one way to defend this one. You have to solidify that square c6. Knight c6, the move that you mentioned, Anastasiya, coupled with queen a6 is a big threat.
Right.
So you have to reinforce that defense with the move queen to e8. Not easy
Makes-
already. Again, you've been on the attack the whole game, and now you have to
It's
defend
hard.
passively. Not
Yeah.
easy. I have to say, from a practical perspective, it is Ali Reza who is having all the fun right now.
Well, indeed, but I agree that Queen E8 is a necessary defensive move, and to me it's appealing simply because the Queen hasn't moved and it is not doing anything on the F8 square. So Queen E8 looks practical. What are the times now?
Oh, sorry.
What are the times of the players now?
Ah, yes, so let's check the time.
Because it
at this
reversed, it was
moment,
9 to 13.
It's almost the same, actually, yes, so it's not so bad. I mean,
Well, isn't
both players,
is that
yes.
a 5?
It's 6, so almost, and now it's the same time. And actually, it means that
Very
Alireza
good.
is doing well. I mean, even time.
And let's just jump to Levon for a quick second because
Exactly.
Lanier has erred egregiously. He's in deep trouble now. Whoa, 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 whoa. We can see this incredibly powerful bishop as well as the rook. I can see this other bishop, and maybe on a good day,
Oh,
you could just play rook to d7 as well.
yes.
Clock times on this one.
Clock times, let's check it carefully. Yes.
Oops.
What about timing? Yes, we have 10 minutes against 1. Okay, linear. Yes,
1
only 1
minute.
minute. Yes, it's not really a surprise. You know, he likes to think about.
10
Time
minutes
is
for
the biggest
Levon,
problem in
but
this
look at
position.
this position. Oh, it's terrible. Okay.
You
and,
might be hearing a strange voice.
we do
which
have
is not ours.
our leader in the studio with the perfect start.
Score. Yes, absolutely.
Christian.
Jan, you came into the studio and you uttered the words "development is key" in chess 960.
Yeah.
Take us through,
In chess.
through that.
In chess. That's it.
That's it.
So, are you looking at chess 960, given the fact that you don't rely on theory as much as just going back to the basics, basically?
I'd say that it's quite fun, like to analyze the starting position with, the guys around, and to come up with some opening concept. And that's probably what we never had a chance to do because we are born like now, not like 200 years ago in normal chess. But analyzing is quite fun, and playing is also fun, especially if you win some games like today. But as for me, okay, this 15 minutes before the round is like something I would say my favorite.
How do you analyze the position that you are given for only like 15 minutes? Do you try to go narrow, deep with your analysis? How did you guys approach it?
No, we just we just check if e4 works, yeah, and then we calculate it, yeah. I mean, okay, some shuffle pieces around.
It definitely felt like development was key in this last game against Hikaru. Take us through the game a little bit.
Okay, so first of all, he dared to play King's Gambit
That's
against
what
me.
I told you.
King's Gambit.
Yes.
And yeah, actually, we together with Shahryar, okay, Shahryar maybe is not, I mean, he got like a winning position out of the opening, I think, but then he did something wrong. So we came up with this idea takes and 97. So preparing both e5 and d5 and f5, I mean, like normal developing move.
Mm-hmm.
So after 92, d5 takes. Yeah, somehow I'm not sure. I think black should be fine here because okay, all this development and somehow you don't really want to play c4 here as white, but because your king is on b1, but maybe you should but still you don't want to weaken your king. So queen f3 was something. Knight f6, all right, developing move, h3, and here I just decided I don't know to put all the pieces in the center. I'm not sure if it's good.
We'll get back to this game in just a second. Let's take a look at Firouzja because things
Yeah.
are heating up.
Go ahead, put it on your board,
right
and we'll
now.
get the comments of Nepo as well. Shaq spoiled a very promising-looking attack. He's got a piece, but as you've been showing, the initiative is so important, Nepo. Big advantage for white, you would say?
But I can't even see the position. Maybe okay, maybe the big position. Will,
There you
This
go.
is the position right now.
Okay, but still he has an extra piece and he's not getting mated, yeah? So that's some good news for him. I mean...
Bishop f3, e2 on
E2
the
was
board.
played.
A2.
Okay.
e2.
Okay, probably... Okay, d6 is a nice suggestion, yeah, like d6. But who knows what will happen, yeah? So maybe like an extra queen is even not enough to win this position, yeah? So
So this
I don't
is-
know, like rook takes g2, whatever. Okay,
Oh
maybe.
And then just
Ah.
run away with rook
Okay,
c1.
okay. Rook
Try to
c1
get
is
the
a,
check.
No.
is a, you know... It's the move of the master, yes. For sure.
Not a human
Okay,
move
let's
for
see what
sure.
happens. Okay, so probably 2 is not as good when we like
D6 was
chilling here. Okay, the 6 is very topical.
He's taken
But
it.
it's not as good like if you sit like here, but you know, other board is like always, you know, what's going on. You have no idea what you're facing.
Let's take a look at what's happening. over the
C7
board
takes
right now.
D6 has happened. Go ahead, put it on your board.
The D7 is the problem, yeah,
The-
actually.
C7
Bishop
takes
B7 is a
D6.
key move.
Well, that's huge.
And I guess if you take, then probably queen a6 just finishes the game.
Yeah, okay, each pawn unfortunately is too slow, yeah.
Alireza should find it, right? Bishop takes b7 is very
Well, bishop
topical
b7,
right
but
now.
d takes e5 is like that clear. So you win a queen, but I have what 1, 2, 3 pieces,
Problem is you might get
and you know like the bishop is the best defender of a king. So like I have 2 bishops defending my king. Yeah, I mean, if it would be like a time scramble,
this is still not over.
it could end like in any of 3 results, but. I'd say like some d5. I would probably play d5 here, but d5 blunders like knight takes d5. Yeah, in the position we have seen last after exchange. Yeah, d5 like it's very nice, but knight d5 and then rook f1 suddenly comes. Yeah,
Queen takes d5, rook to
rook
f1.
f1, king a2.
The game
Okay.
goes on. You still have to worry about checkmate
Do
on
we
d6.
have,
Yeah, that's quite annoying.
Then first, yeah, rook to d3. There's still a lot of threats for both
Yeah,
sides.
I mean, okay, it's completely incredible position. So I have no idea. Frankly, I have no idea what's happening, but
None of
I
this
mean-
will happen actually because, never mind. D takes e5. This is the position we currently have on the board, so we might actually go into that.
that's the actual one. Oh,
We have bishop takes B7, guys.
And d takes e5 on the board.
Dang.
wow,
Wow.
that's huge.
Uh-oh.
But you do have to become materialistic and not look at checkmate ideas after
Bishop
c6,
c6.
queen to a6 right now. Go for the queen. Bishop takes c6 has to be played.
Yeah, c6 maybe just. How do I play after c6? By the way, probably
do I-
also king runs to c7. Yeah, so like I just
How do I play after
I just
C6?
stick to the on this minefield. Yeah, I stick to the dark squares, and that's how I escape. Well,
You do have 2 extra pieces, so
okay,
that helps.
When you are mated, it might be not enough. I mean, even 3 extras. Okay, this is like. Probably Shach is now dreaming to make this fancy short castle at some point. Like teleport his king to whatever, like to g8 here. Okay, just don't touch me.
So bishop c6 is on the board. King c7 probably is forced, right? Yes, he played it.
Yeah, otherwise it's.
There it goes. Black's going to end up with 3 pieces for the queen, but still his king
Here, okay.
is not
Okay, well.
Yeah, maybe
well
d5.
defended.
Or
D5, Anastasia? I like that move.
Yeah, it's
I like that
fascinating.
move. I
Or
like it a
queen
lot.
b5, right?
just let's move.
My goodness.
Well, queen b5 is very nice. Yeah, like threatening some queen a5, queen b8, rook b7.
Fair
Like
scenario.
chase the king until resignation. Yeah, probably. Well,
And the rook is hanging.
Nepo, it seems to me that you like these kind of chaotic positions very much in your game. Do you?
By the way,
is
d5
that-
I think was played.
d5 that
Yes.
you have to take. No, I mean, of course, I like it after 2 years of playing Petrov. Anyone would like it.
We'd let
D5
you
is
out of
sort
a prison,
the
you
move
know.
You probably have to consider. Or maybe like king d7, king e7, but I'm afraid this is like a little bit too slow. But king
That's-
d7 is quite a move, I think, yeah.
So
That's
king
3 tempi to-
d7.
Okay, it's
Anything
it's
to
bad,
be
yeah.
recommended for
maybe even
bishop,
d6 you
bishop
won't let me
a6?
But c6, maybe?
Bishop a6?
After king d7?
Yeah.
Also
King
and
d7,
c7.
queen
I
c5.
thought king d7, okay, I don't care about anything.
But then I
just
go
want to
queen
run.
c5 and rook to
D6
d7.
check.
D6
But you
here.
even have c5. Sorry,
D6
c7
check
winning
is
the
killer.
bishop.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
D6
Oh,
check
took the
is a
pawn.
killer.
Wow.
Nope, it's time to get on the running shoes. King
Wow.
d7.
Good move.
Knight
Good
takes
move
d5.
by-
Only,
shot.
probably only one.
Wow.
Knight takes d5.
Rook f1 check.
Uh-huh.
And again, the clock times of the players, if you don't mind.
1 minute
Yes, 1 minute.
43 seconds against 2 minutes for Shaq.
Whoa,
Rook
whoa, whoa,
e6, yeah,
whoa,
okay,
whoa.
they, probably all these computerish moves, but at least looks
He's
like all
finding
these
them.
moves are so
What
easy, yeah,
moves?
for Shach.
He's
Because it's like, I
finding
think,
them.
like, it's exactly like his cup of tea, okay, such positions.
So how do you
Everything is
continue as
hanging.
white?
I don't know, rook
Everything is
g1,
hanging.
b1.
He's a
Rook
queen down,
G1.
so-
This is
absolutely
almost a
position.
study. What is this rook on G1?
Yes.
What the heck? That stopped queen D6 mate.
Yes, sir. That's about the concept of developing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rook on G1 wasn't developed, you know.
But the bishop
well
on
enough.
D8 and the bishop on C8 have not moved.
But it's like, you know, it's like Dean Liren won the game against against Rapport, I think, with his bishop on C8 and never
Moving.
moved within like 60 moves or something.
Yes, exactly.
So it's like,
We made a cheer in studio when he finally moved his bishop. It's like he remembered.
Okay, so how do you continue this position? Do you go queen a8 and try to give some sort of a check?
but okay, check. I mean, check is only a check, yeah. So no one ever died from a check, as they say.
That's
At
true.
least one.
Because if I take on G1 and I have rook E1 check and E1 also
Okay,
promotes
1
your
and
tempo.
e1, yes. So
So
I
let's
think-
go for that, Yasser. Let's go queen a8. What do you do?
Queen A8.
Do you get a queen? All right.
No.
E1 queen, right?
Okay, Shah also like maybe you noticed it on the camera, like
He got
you
his
know,
queen.
Yeah, he's moving his future queen closer to him, yeah, like to make sure it won't run anyway.
C6.
C6.
Wow,
c6.
Were we looking at this move?
C6.
I have no idea. Okay, it's like
Rook
very
b7,
interesting,
queen
but
d7. Well, this is the idea.
So if
Rook
you take on-
B7
And
if you
queen
go
d7,
E1,
and
bishop
queen
defend the pawn on
D7.
a5.
Bravo,
I think the problem,
Anastasiya.
yeah. What's going on?
Oh, that's
It's not even a
nice.
check. Okay, come on, Shah, promote.
So then rook b7.
Wow.
Rook B7. Rook
Rook
B7.
b7, I take,
queen
queen
d7,
d7 and king b6.
King B6.
6, then we
You'll
have to
never
check.
catch me.
Yes.
And run
I'm
like
already,
a rabbit.
you know what?
Wow.
I'm
Run.
already, you know,
You are ruining all the
Cruising to my dinner.
brilliancy I'm trying to create here.
Exactly.
King C5, King whatever.
That
Nice.
would be amazing. The king will be
Right.
running.
Nice,
But you have to take on
promotes.
F1,
I like
right?
it. It's a nice prophylactical move.
Queen, E1 queen, yes.
Protecting on
Queen
A5.
D5, yes.
Probably the idea
I have to
somehow,
take on F1.
sometimes you have queen D5, queen D7, queen B7, queen B5, and then rook takes F1, yeah, because you attack F1 for the second time. Maybe that's the idea behind. But it's always better to have a queen than don't have one, yeah. I guess.
Great.
And
Deep
rook takes
thoughts.
C6, okay, it's not an option because queen takes E5, yeah, like ends the game immediately.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Crucial moment here. And clocks again.
In the
these-
variant, I think,
Yeah, it's a few seconds.
as we say, okay,
for
black has an extra
Firouzja.
piece, yeah, in the variant.
With the king on
very-
c6.
No, I mean, okay, you want queens, rook b7, bishop b7, queen d7, king b6, queen b7, king c5, queen
B5,
b5, king
and
d6,
rook
rook
F1.
f1, queen b4, rook d1, king e7, rook d7, king e8, c7,
He's
There's
a
still a
machine.
c1.
bishop c7, and another one, yeah, rook c7, rook b5, okay, rook endgame draw. Okay, good. good.
Can
Jan
we check
will
the
leave
whole
it at
line
that.
maybe at one point?
Congratulations, Jan.
Yeah.
Big game, big day for you. Do you feel like your experience from 2019, from the World Championship matches, is giving you an edge in this tournament?
I don't think like we can seriously speak about experience in a Fischer random chess. It's basically pretty much as like in some rapid chess. In other rapid chess, it's based on your how is your day going generally. Yeah, so your day is going great. Your games are also going great, and vice versa. So I'd say. Speaking of the King's Gambit, yeah, I mean, it was like quite a new opening for me when I came. I was making all these courses and analyzed it quite a while, and somehow I changed it for myself the evaluation of the material. Yeah, so let's say okay, you play this Catalan, you play King's Gambit against some other lines, and the pawn is not as is not as important as it seems. Yeah, so like when you play for the squares, for the center, and so on. Probably we all know this since childhood, but we never. Okay, we quite, we are not using this concept too often, yeah? But
It's always
here,
helpful to play when you're feeling happy. Yeah, so
Yeah.
congratulations. We'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you, but I also wanted to show you one line,
Oh,
suddenly from my game, because I just wanted to check it if it exists or not.
We have to catch the end of this game,
Yeah.
but
Just-
we can definitely keep you here in the studio,
Okay.
and then we'll look at the game.
king and pawn
immediately
end
after.
game. It looks like a pawn breakthrough.
So who's winning this one? It seems like black is
D5?
faster.
fine.
So you go c4. Take.
Probably, Okay, it looks like
Which
was the game.
yeah.
Yes, black one.
And Peter resigned.
Tough day for Peter.
And please, quickly, Nepo, show us the line and
Yeah, I
we'll
was
keep
just curious. So let's say in this position, he could play instead of rook f1, he could play c3, move like 12.
Yes, that was the key move.
c3 I was expecting, and after c3 I was calculating something like, okay, knight, okay, let's say knight f2.
Knight f2.
Yeah,
Okay.
queen f2, bishop f5, bishop c2, takes. Okay, so I understand this is a cooperative variation, but queen e4, yes, takes, queen e4 check, king d1, bishop h4, queen f3, and castles. Yeah, and if you take on e4, then I go with knight e3 mate. Yeah, but okay, like would be winning if not knight d4. I didn't see knight d4.
Knight
I
d4,
said,
yeah. That's a nice
I mean, I was
variation.
like very excited. Okay, wow, like if I'm really winning there. So, but I didn't really trust myself. But I felt like, wow, it's if it happens, it would be quite nice. But yeah,
That's a nice
truth
variation.
hurts. Yeah, it never wins.
Jan, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll see you in the next
Thank
couple
you.
of days.
Thank you.
Congratulations, absolutely. And we do have a result. Garry Kasparov resigned. And also we have another result.
It's something what
It's
Jan said.
unbelievable. It's a draw.
How did
the
that finish
most
in a draw?
crazy game
Yes.
that we've witnessed? I mean, rook f1, rook e6, queen.
This is what Jan said, I think. This
Yes.
variation. Yes.
This was Jan's variation.
Or
And he said something like, oh my gosh,
it's a draw.
it's a draw.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy. And Garry Kasparov, when we left it, it was kind of even. Anastasia, where did it go wrong for Garry?
Let's
He
see.
lost a pawn, and then he won it back, but he lost a piece. Wait a minute, it's a double attack. What has he done?
So
It's a
somewhere
double
here, yes.
attack. That's a, oh, he just
And then
blundered a.
both. Maybe he thought knight d3 or something, but
And we have in studio with Cristian Levon Aronian.
Levon, first of all, congratulations, 2 out of 3. That's a pretty decent result. A victory against the legend himself, Garry Kasparov. Did that fuel at the beginning of the tournament for you?
No, actually, because I wasn't really playing well in that game. I had an amazing position out of the opening, and then I think I started just thinking every move is good. So, and then Garry played very well. He defended. He maybe even got some chances to have an advantage, and I think he blundered at that moment.
For Nepo, he was saying that he's really enjoying those 10 minutes before the round, analyzing with his peers. Do you feel the same way, and how do you feel about your team, let's say?
Oh, I mean, it's amazing. This is like a dream come true for any chess player. I mean, I understand that this is, chess players' chess, I would say. I understand maybe for public it's difficult to follow Fischer Random, but the amount of joy we get playing this, I don't know if anything can be compared. Because, well, the reason for it, we make mistakes on first couple of moves. It shows that the game is actually eternal. I mean, there is no solving to this game. And it also shows that, we have a lot to learn about chess, because, when you blunder on move 2 or you make a mistake on move 1, it means, this is really an amazing game, because after all, I mean, I personally spent 30 years studying chess, and still, in this game I make mistakes early on. So it's a wonderful feeling.
And also for us as commentators, I'm sure also for the fans out there, seeing ideas that similar to what Nepo was showing with like long castle and then knight e3 checkmate, that move 20 is just incredible. Now, take us through this last game against Dominguez.
Yeah, so we analyzed this with Fabi, because Fabi is my partner to analyze, and, well, he's a good friend of mine. So we thought e4, e5, knight e2 makes the most sense. And here we thought f5 has to be played. With the idea...
And why was that?
Yeah, we thought if black, allows white, if he goes knight f6, for example, instead of f5, then a white has f4. We thought this can be very unpleasant. And, everything is connected with the knight's position on e8.
Yeah.
because you really want to bring out that knight from e8. And which side gets, you know, to block that knight with the pawn on e5 gets the advantage.
With the pawn on e5 or the pawn on e4?
Yeah, or e4.
So that's why you wanted to play f5 as black in this position?
Yeah, we thought this is kind of interesting.
Is this a move at this point, f4?
Yeah, f4 is quite a possible move. We thought maybe this will be knight e7, you know, maybe it will water down very soon. So we're thinking something like f5 ef, and yeah, we thought this might be slightly better.
I saw you very often not necessarily liking taking the queen out with queen f5, but rather choosing
yeah,
these
but
ideas
knight
of
h6, d4 is the issue, I think.
And if you take on f5, take on e5, and if you take here, bishop takes h6, or
No,
simply
knight d4, I thought. Simply take, you know, and then just play. Yeah, e4, g4, anything. I think it looks good. The rook comes into the game quickly.
The reason because you have more developed pieces, is that correct?
I think it's
Or at
just
least you have this-
no. The real reason why white is better here is that both bishop and knight, d8 and e8, have the ideal position on f6,
Okay.
and both of them cannot occupy that position.
Right.
So one of the pieces is going to be stuck, because if black tries to put the bishop on f6, pawn on d5, and knight on d6, you'll always have this bishop f4, and the knight is kind of loose. So that's the reason why this is unpleasant for black.
Makes sense. And he played the move knight to e7.
Yes.
By the way, he was also spending a lot of time at this point.
Yeah,
Even
I think they didn't really analyze 92
they didn't
well.
look at 92.
Because if we don't play 92, I think black has a comfortable position. Yeah.
97, he played d4,
D6.
d6.
Yeah, the thing I thought he was going to do is to play after knight f3, knight c6.
Yes.
I thought this was interesting because I was thinking about d5, knight e7, knight d2, f5, f3. Some kind of King's Indian. I get to play c4. And maybe it's a good same-ish for white because I managed to kind of keep the center intact. But after all, he has the c6, a5, bishop b6. It's also
Queen takes f1.
also like that, yeah.
Just get some sort of an endgame like this.
Yeah, slightly better for white, but not a big deal.
Yeah.
And f5, somehow I thought is not a good move, but maybe I was wrong. So yeah, taking on e5, of course, is possible, but ef looks logical. And now e4, I thought knight g5 should be a pleasant position for white, because, you know, d5, knight e6, we get this.
Bishop takes. If you
And
can
then
take on
after I will
f5,
play
guess.
f3, you know, I got rid of my e1 knight.
The bishops are starting to have a nice life. Definitely looks good. Okay. So he took on d4, he took.
And here, yeah, queen b5 is extremely unpleasant, I thought, for him.
Well, there's a checkmating threat in the position.
Yeah.
You have to worry about knight c6 first. He decided to take the passive route with knight to e7, but probably the only way. Rook to e1, c6.
Oh, actually, now I see what I blundered. He had
What did you
c5
blunder?
here. Oh, it's embarrassing.
And if you take on e7, then you
Well,
just take with
e7.
the bishop. Yeah?
No, you know what I blundered? I
What did you
forgot that
blunder?
I cannot play knight e6. He takes knight c7. Oh. Yeah, this is so. I had to play queen b3 first.
Huh.
Yeah, that's an embarrassing blunder, of course.
So queen to b3 in this position.
Yeah, in order to have this.
Now c5, knight e6, and
Yeah.
at least you grab the two bishops. Have a better position. He did not see it either.
He did
played the
not
move
see it,
c6.
and then it was smooth sailing from here. Yeah, because
You didn't feel like he had any way out, any way back into the game.
yeah. I think this rook e4 is very precise, and it just finishes the game.
Levon, first of all, congratulations on the two victories. What would you say is the biggest factor of assessment in chess 960? Whenever you see a new position, what are you looking for?
Well, normally, you know, if bishops are fianchettoed, it gets much more boring because you know you have to open the bishop. But in positions like this, I think it's quite exciting. You always look into a possibility to get the center. And then you have to assess where your positions are going to end up. I mean, your pieces, light pieces. And then, of course, where the king is going to be. So those three factors are extremely important because quite often you understand that g4 might be the best move in the position in the start, but then you're kind of, you know, let's see, what if I never get to castle? You know, all those risks. So the reason why this game is such an amazing game, yet another reason, is that you have chances with black all the time. And unlike regular chess, where with black you're really suffering, here you have a chance to take over because, well, as you see, we make early mistakes, all of us.
Definitely, you're enjoying these rounds, this game. It's a pleasure to see you play, and we'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you.
One quick question for you, Levon. I'd like to draw your attention to this move 18, because I think this is a magnificently unique moment to Fischer random chess. You made the, normally, if you're going to castle queenside, the king on e1 has to go through the d1 square. But you're permitted to castle, bringing the rook, attacking the queen, because you didn't go through the check. Did you go to the arbiter and ask him, hey, am I permitted to castle? You knew that you could castle, and it's a winning move. It wins on the spot.
Yes, you know, for example, Yasser, another example, I will tell you, maybe it's a secret for you, but for example, when your king is on e1,
yes,
rook is on h1, and black's queen, let's say, is on d5, you can castle short, but you cannot castle long.
That's correct.
The h1 square is not a problem.
But this is unique in the sense you're castling and attacking the queen on the same turn. You don't have that in regular chess. You castle short, there's a queen on the f-file, the king can't go through f1. But a very, very nice, Levon, congratulations on your score. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Yasser.
Absolutely.
We learn every day.
Every day.
From the best. We learn
By
from
the
the
way,
best.
yes, we learned from the best. By the way, our standings, Anastasiya, after 3 rounds.
Yeah, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is leading now the tournament with 3 points. He made 100% out of 3.
Yeah.
Fabiano Caruana is on the 2nd place, 2.5 points. And then we have Levon Aronian and Firouzja sharing the 3rd place with 2 points. And we have a group of people, Wesley So, Mamedyarov and Dominguez with 1.5 points, 50% in the tournament. Hikaru Nakamura has 1 point, and unfortunately Peter Svidler and Kasparov are on the bottom.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we have in studio our 2nd place finisher of the day, Fabiano, with 2.5 points with Cristian.
Not bad, not bad.
Fabi, 3 very intense but successful rounds for you. I would like to start with this game between yourself and Mamedyarov, because the position out of, let's say, the opening, it looked so funny. It looked like a Catalan, but the bishop was already on a2. There's a fianchettoed queen. How did you feel about it?
Yeah, Jan told me this was his idea, to play c4, and yeah, it looked like a bad position. Maybe I shouldn't take, but I didn't want to play passively. And yeah.
What were you looking for in this starting position? What were your main priorities?
Well, I thought I need to castle. I need to try to keep my c-pawn as long as I can. And if I can break with e5 or c5 at some moment, that would be good. But usually e5 and c5 are met by e5 is usually met by d5. c5 rarely works, but if it does, then it can be quite good. Yeah, again, this knight on d8, once d5 comes, the knight on d8 gets very restricted. So I thought I'll play knight d7, knight b6, and castle short and try to find a break later on.
And when did you feel like you're...
Yeah, I was very happy with c5.
c5 at this point.
Because after b3, I thought it's very messy, and then I saw this move c5. It wasn't my first intention. First, I thought either cb or bishop g4 followed by e5, some cb, bishop b3. I thought, okay, of course, black is totally fine, but I thought white has compensation because knight e4, knight c5, bishop a3 are all kind of streaming in. Knight d4 next, and yeah, bishop d6, knight e4, something like this. So I thought that white would have compensation here. On c5, I really was happy when I saw this move and didn't see a clear follow-up for white. Yeah, and here I had to...
You had an option of taking on d4 or knight to c6. How did you make this decision?
Queen d4, knight d4, I just looked like such a mess to me. I wasn't sure. I thought, yeah, of course this should be good for black, but too messy. I didn't want my queen to be in the center, and bishop b3, yeah, all sorts of ideas. So the thing is, like, knight c6, yeah, I see c5 is the move. I didn't even consider this move. Because, actually, I don't know why, because it's very logical. And, yeah, maybe we both didn't realize that, like, knight d4, queen b7, usually this pawn is, it's defended the entire game from the knight on d8, and then suddenly it's hanging. So I guess
also,
both of us didn't
like
realize
you played queen f3, then maybe you're thinking about going queen e3 or queen d3. You don't look.
I think that he underestimated the danger after d5. But yeah, this knight b4 was very important. And after that, it's just because bishop b2, bishop b5. That's his problem. That he's not getting the diagonal lion, and
if you take
bishop d4 is a threat. Yeah, just take.
Ah, take.
Okay. I didn't realize queen e3 was possible here. So yeah, I would have to find this bishop d4 to really press for an edge here.
Force the queen off this diagonal.
Yeah, queen b7 and take. And the problem is his bishop on a2 is so terrible. My knight on b4 is a massive piece. And the other problem is knight e4, queen e5, that his queen is trapped, which is a bit of an issue.
Just rook to b8.
Yeah. So yeah, he underestimated, I guess, the danger here, and then it was, I thought, pretty simple for the rest of the game. Like, I didn't think he had very many chances to survive. The end game, some chances, but not too many. Yeah.
And then let's go to your final game against one Garry Kasparov. It felt like the position out of the opening was quite balanced. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, I thought he was fine. He found this nice h6 g5 idea. This was I thought quite an impressive maneuver. This g5 knight g7 and then move the bishop and castle short. I guess, I don't know, is it castle short or castle long?
Well, he did castle short.
No, but it's like it's castle short, but it's a very long castle short. So yeah, here I realize I'm slightly worse, but I didn't think it was a big deal. Bishop d3. I thought I'm more or less control. And then he played b6, very provocative, because he can just take and play, for example.
Allow a5 in certain situations.
No, but it's provocative because it allows bishop c4, like I played. Then I thought that I started to take over, and then I completely lost control right as I was taking over. Like, yeah, b4, yeah, rook c8 was bad. Take, knight b3, and now knight f4, knight c5, queen f6, I thought I'm much better. But I didn't see the way, and so I tried to play it safe.
It seems there's only one way with bishop to d7, and you're not even that much better.
But you know, the thing is, bishop d7, rook c5, bishop f5, I was considering this. Take, queen c5. I mean, like queen f5, queen c5, queen g5. I have queen c3 and queen. Okay.
And queen g3.
Yeah, I didn't see this. Okay.
But, I mean, after bishop takes f5.
Yeah, there's also rook c3.
Rook c3.
I don't think he's...
not an easy position by any means.
No. Even endgames are quite difficult to prove an advantage. Yeah, and then he was suddenly better again, I thought. Like, okay. Yeah, I played a very strange take in rook e3. I mean, it's very stupid. He could take in bishop g2. I don't know what I was thinking. It's just terrible. I mean, yeah, quite. I didn't even realize this pawn was hanging, then suddenly I see it's hanging, and I'm like, what am I doing? But he very quickly played rook c7. It was like a mutual blunder, and then he very quickly blundered here. Yeah.
And now this just wins a piece for you.
Yeah, I still think it's like a very difficult technical task if he defends it well, but it's probably quite difficult to defend. Yeah.
Fabiano, Levon came to the studio. He said this is probably the thing that he enjoys most, chess 960. No preparation, communication with his peers before the round. Is it the same for you as well?
Yeah, I do enjoy it. I mean, he's told me before that he would love to see more chess 960. Like many times he's told me this. So I knew that that he really loves this format. I don't share quite the same love for it, but I do enjoy it. I mean, it's a nice, a nice diversion from, regular chess where you have to prepare a lot, or not so much in rapid and blitz, but still, openings are a huge part of the game. And here, that doesn't play a part of, I mean, opening is huge, but not opening preparation doesn't really play a part at all. I was out of book, I moved to in every single game today.
Fabiano, congratulations. We'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you.
And our congratulations as well, Fabi, as he scores 2.5 out of 3. But that's not enough for first place. As Nepo, 3 from 3. Very impressive, Anastasiya.
Yes, very impressive result, and we had so many decisive games, so much fun.
How many decisive games did we have, by the way?
We had 11 games, decisive game, and one round
Out
we
of
had
15.
Out of 15, yes, and one round was 5 out of 5. Not bad at all.
I remember so a bit of 3, and these are early days, early days.
Congratulations.
But where's Nepo's name?
Anastasiya.
Anastasiya is kind of happy with her pick, but
Yes,
no
sir, what's
Nepo.
happening?
Yes.
Dude, you took my pick, and you're an influencer, Cristian.
Look, we discussed it at the beginning of the show. We're both going to pick Wesley. I thought you were going to give me a good pick. Well, what's happening?
We'll see. 6 games to go. Don't fight.
Don't fight. Final thoughts of this very eventful first day of play.
Absolutely, very eventful. And one thing that strikes me as odd a little bit is the form that we're seeing Hikaru in right now. Losing 2 games, especially in this time format and this type of chess, I find a bit striking and a little bit odd. But he definitely still has a lot of games to go and a lot of games to try to recover. Guys, we're going to have a lot of exciting games for the next couple of days.
Absolutely, Cristian. Only time will tell.
What will happen after, yes. Maybe Hikaru needs to find someone to start analyzing the games. We'll see. Maybe everybody needs to change his strategy according to what happened today.
Firouzja.
We'll see.
Anastasiya, your first day of broadcasting with the show. It's been great to have you on. Thank you so much for coming. You promised to come tomorrow.
Yes, I will promise.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. It was fun.
In that case, we're going to say goodbye to everybody. Thank you for sharing your day with us. Join us tomorrow with Cristian, Anastasiya, myself. We'll see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.